Chapter 1224. Lin Xian's expression turned serious when he heard about the heavenly netherbird's danger. But at this moment, an angry shout came from behind. "Lin Xian, hurry up and give the stellar key to the heavenly netherbird." "That's right. What are you hesitating for? Do you want to get us killed? Damn brat! Hurry up and hand over the stellar key, or don't blame us for being impolite." The martial artists from the Palace of Ares and the Palace of Divine Birds all shouted. At this moment of life and death, they couldn't care less. Even if Lin Xian was a rank 8 honored warrior, even if Lin Xian was a king, they still had to make him hand over the stellar key. Otherwise, no one could resist the heavenly netherbird's anger. Hearing these words, the martial artists from the Moron clan and the Merrywoods were all furious. The people from the Palace of Ares were too despicable. They didn't even get the stellar key. What right did they have to scold Lin Xian? "Humph, you didn't get it. What right do you have to criticize us? That's right, Lin Xian led us to get the stellar key. What we do is up to Lin Xian. You have no right to question us." Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He stared at the people from the Palace of Ares and sneered. "I was going to let you go, but you're so despicable. You dare to threaten me at this moment? It seems that I was too soft before." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the people from the Palace of Ares felt their hearts beat wildly. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. "You, what do you want to do? Brat, I'm warning you. Don't mess around. If you anger us, you won't have a good ending. A bunch of idiots. You dare to threaten me at this moment? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death." Lin Xian looked at them and smiled coldly. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the martial artists from the Palace of Ares felt their hair stand on end. They had a bad feeling, as if something was about to happen. Sure enough, Lin Xian pointed at the people from the Moron clan and said in a deep voice, "Let these people go, and I can consider giving you the stellar key. As for those people, you can do whatever you want with them." He glanced at the people from the Palace of Gods of War. Lin Xian's words caused the expressions of those from the Palace of Gods of War to change drastically. It was as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. If the Sky Serene Bird really agreed to Lin Xian's request, then they would be in deep trouble. For a moment, everyone's faces were pale and filled with despair. However, they placed their hopes on the heavenly netherbird because, in their eyes, it was a peerless ancient beast. How could it compromise? Sure enough, the heavenly netherbird coldly snorted. Its eyes were filled with cold killing intent. "Ignorant human, you dare to provoke me? I will let you know the consequences of provoking me." He swung his huge black claw at Lin Xian. Suddenly, the entire void cracked. The huge claw was about to hit Lin Xian, but Lin Xian still didn't dodge. He flipped his palm and took out a blue stone. Then he cast a spell into it. Instantly, the blue stone shone brightly and formed a mystical energy. In the next moment, the astral chains on the Sky Serene Bird's body rattled and quickly coiled around it like a dragon. The sound of metal colliding rang out, followed by the Sky Serene Bird's exclamation. "Damn it, you can actually control the astral key. How is this possible?" The Sky Serene Bird was extremely shocked. Its huge black claw stopped in midair and didn't swing down. It was simply too shocked. It didn't think that a puny human who hadn't even reached the king realm could control the astral key. This was simply too inconceivable. Lin Xian didn't reply. He held the astral key and said again, "Now I have the qualifications to negotiate with you." The Sky Serene Bird remained silent as if it was deep in thought. However, the atmosphere in the area was becoming more and more tense. Murong Qingqing and the others were extremely nervous. The scene just now had almost scared them to death. It was simply too dangerous. If Lin Xian hadn't controlled the Sky Serene Bird, then it would have been impossible for him to survive that attack. Fortunately, he had made the right bet. However, he didn't know if the Sky Serene Bird would agree to his conditions. Time seemed to have stopped. Although it was only a short moment, everyone felt as if thousands of years had passed. Finally, the sky serene bird moved. He said in a deep voice, "All right, I agree to your conditions. You can all leave now." These words allowed the cultivators from the Morone clan and Mary Forest to heave a sigh of relief. It was too exciting. They had truly walked through the gates of hell. Fortunately, they were saved in the end. Lin Xian, what about you? Murong Qingqing was extremely worried. After all, Lin Xian couldn't leave right now. However, if he were to face the sky serene bird alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Qingqing, trust me. I can handle it." Lin Xian smiled at Murong Qingqing. Then he turned to Zhao Shui and said, "You go with them." "No, I want to stay and help you." Zhao Shui shook her head. "No, you have to go. There's no point in you staying here. The sky serene bird isn't something that we can fight against." Zhao Shui still wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Lin Xian. "Don't worry, I'm confident." "All right, then you have to come back alive." Zhao Shui nodded. "Lin Xian, you have to be careful." Murong Qingqing was also reluctant to leave. However, she knew that this was a serious matter, so she didn't hesitate. Then she brought everyone and quickly left the Pine Palace. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War were shocked when they saw Murong Qingqing and the others leave. They didn't think that the sky serene bird would actually compromise. In the next moment, the hope of escaping surged in their hearts. They also wanted to leave this place. However, a shocking sword qi, like a long river, forcibly stopped them. "Damn it, it's Lin Xian's brat. How dare he block our path? He must be tired of living." The group of people roared crazily. This was the best time to leave. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to. At that time, they wouldn't be able to fight against the sky serene bird. There was only one outcome waiting for them. Therefore, how could they not be angry? "Did I say you could leave?" Lin Xian looked at them and sneered. "Brat, you're courting death." Duan Tianxing was furious. His expression was ferocious. "If we don't leave, do you think the Palace of Gods of War will let you go? Let me go." Lin Xian snorted. "Do you think you'll let me go if you leave?" "I won't let you go for nothing. What do you want?" Duan Tianxing asked anxiously. They didn't have much time left. "It's simple. Buy your life." Chapter 1225. What? You can have them all. "Brat, you've gone too far. Whether we leave or not is up to the heavenly Netherbird to decide. It has nothing to do with you. Don't even think about getting any benefits from us." Duan Tianxing's voice was ferocious. If the heavenly Netherbird wasn't here, he would have brought his men to fight Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He looked at the heavenly Netherbird and asked, "I can decide whether these people stay or leave, right?" "You can." The heavenly Netherbbird's voice was cold. To it, these humans were no different from insects. Therefore, it didn't care whether they lived or died. The only thing it cared about was the stellar key. The heavenly Netherbird's words caused Duan Tianxing and the others' faces to turn ugly. Their eyes were filled with despair. They knew that this was equivalent to announcing their death sentence. If they couldn't satisfy Lin Xian, they would probably stay here forever. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Do you want the stellar key or the treasures? Make your choice." Duan Tianxing and the others' faces were ashen. They didn't dare to stay here because the heavenly Netherbird was too terrifying. They couldn't fight against it. However, to ask them to hand over all their treasures was worse than death. One had to know that those treasures were true treasures. They had spent a lot of effort to collect them. Now, they had to hand it all over to someone else. This made them unwilling. "Elder Duan, do you want us to kill this brat together?" Yen Feng gritted his teeth. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, Duan Tianxing shook his head. "Give it to him." He didn't dare to make a move in front of the heavenly Netherbird. If he angered it, it could kill them all with one slap. Elder Duan. Countless people roared when they heard Duan Tianqing's words. Living is more important than anything else. Once we die, we'll have nothing left. Everyone trembled as fear filled their eyes. That's right. They were all members of the royal family. They were all geniuses. They still had a lot of time to enjoy. They didn't want to die. In the end, these people gritted their teeth and threw all their storage rings to Lin Xian. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian collected all the storage rings and put them into the white bone ring. Afterward, he extended his soul power and quickly scanned everyone. He was very satisfied with the result. No one dared to hide anything in front of him. Very well, you can scram now. Lin Xian withdrew his soul power and waved his hand impatiently. Brat, you will pay for what you did today. Duan Tianqing gnashed his teeth as he left, because this time it could be said that they had suffered great losses. They had lost all the treasures they had collected. However, Lin Xian merely shrugged and didn't care at all. These people were simply no match for him, so he didn't care whether they lived or died. Moreover, she had obtained countless treasures in exchange for his life. This was undoubtedly a huge gain for her. This was because these heavenly treasures could increase his cultivation and strength once again. Moreover, he could also use them to increase the cultivation of his friends. It could be said that this deal was a win-win situation. After Duan Tianqing and the others left, only the heavenly Netherbird and Lin Xian were left. Lin Xian didn't rush to speak. Instead, he thought to himself. When he estimated that Morong Qingqing and the others had left, he looked at the heavenly Netherbird. All right, Brat. I've already fulfilled your conditions. Hurry up and give me the stellar key. The heavenly Netherbird said coldly. It had already decided that once Lin Xian handed over the stellar key, it would kill him with one palm. This was because no one had ever negotiated with it before. However, Lin Xian smirked, no rush. You've agreed to the first condition, but now we need to talk about the second and third conditions. What? You dare to play with me? Hearing this, the heavenly Netherbird was stunned and then became extremely angry. This damned human worm dared to play with it. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Damned worm, my patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance. Hand it over, or I'll make sure you die without a burial place. As it spoke, black flames filled the sky and dyed the entire space black. It was obvious that the heavenly Netherbird was really angry. If Lin Xian's performance didn't satisfy it, it would probably become even angrier. However, Lin Xian was unmoved. He slowly said, I have two conditions. First, give me a drop of your essence blood. Second, I want a portion of your origin flame. Lin Xian stated his conditions. However, the heavenly Netherbird was furious. Brat, you're courting death. It finally couldn't take it anymore. A puny human dared to raise conditions with it time and time again. He even dared to ask for its essence blood and origin flame. This was simply courting death. In the next moment, the heavenly Netherbird waved its giant claw and viciously slammed it towards Lin Xian. The black claw tore through the void and expanded infinitely. It was like an ancient, demonic mountain that pressed downwards. Below him, Lin Xian turned his body and quickly executed his movement skill. His speed reached the limit, and he was like a shocking rainbow as he retreated rapidly. Boom, boom! The heavenly Netherbbird's giant claw viciously slammed into the ground, causing the entire Pine Palace to shake violently. A terrifying crater was formed in an instant. This was too terrifying. One had to know that Lin Xian and the others couldn't even damage the structure of the Pine Palace in their previous battle. But now, the heavenly Netherbird's casual attack caused the entire ground to collapse. One could only imagine how terrifying its strength was. However, it was fortunate that Lin Xian had an Earth-class movement technique and a pair of wind and thunder wings that helped him increase his speed. Therefore, the attack just now didn't hurt him at all. I don't think you need to be so agitated. The two things I want can't hurt you at all. As long as you give them to me, I'll give you the stellar key. Otherwise, I'm afraid that those stellar chains will accompany you forever. Despicable human die. The heavenly netherbird was furious. It would never agree to Lin Xian's conditions. In the next moment, it roared and the black flames on its body shot up into the sky. Endless black flames rushed towards Lin Xian. The black flames churned, and huge black palms appeared one after another, grabbing forward. In an instant, the entire space was torn apart. Lin Xian didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly used the Red Lotus armor to form the strongest defense. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps to increase his speed to the extreme. Since Ming Wan isn't working, then don't blame me. Lin Xian snorted and then activated the stellar key in his hand. Suddenly, the stellar chains on the heavenly netherbbird's body clattered and tightened again. It was as if they were going to sink into the heavenly netherbbird's body. Ah! Damned human, how dare you hurt me? The heavenly netherbird was furious. It didn't think that a puny human would dare to attack it. It couldn't tolerate it. Chapter 1226. Ruffian Dragon. Lin Xian let out a furious roar before he came to a stop with much difficulty. Don't worry, I've already set it up. The dark red divine dragon's voice rang out as he waved his claws. Immediately, a huge array appeared in front of the heavenly netherbird and enveloped him. Humph, you want to stop me with just a broken array? How ignorant! I'll let you know the consequences of angering me. The heavenly netherbird's voice was cold and carried a domineering aura. Then he slammed into the array in front of him. Immediately, the light screen formed by the array shattered like glass. Humph! I've already said that your methods are nothing in front of me. Since you dare to provoke me, I'll make you wish you were dead. The heavenly netherbird looked at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon with a cruel smile. However, in the next moment, his smile disappeared. This was because the broken array had reformed and formed a new light screen that enveloped him. Humph! Stupid bird, it's not that easy to break through my array. The dark red divine dragon snorted. If my dragon essence hadn't disappeared, you wouldn't be so arrogant. He was too depressed. Originally, he was not weaker than the heavenly netherbird, but now that he had lost his dragon essence, he could not use much of his strength. He could only rely on the array to delay the heavenly netherbird's attack. Brat, it's up to you. Seeing that the array had stopped the heavenly netherbird, Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. In the next moment, he was like a sword god as a huge sword aura surged from his body. Gale lightning sword, fourth sword, heaven, and earth collapse. Lin Xian used his most powerful attack as soon as he attacked. 4 giant swords formed in the sky. Each of them was extremely terrifying and exuded an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Then, under Lin Xian's control, the 4 giant swords fell and slashed towards the heavenly netherbird. Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The entire void was collapsing rapidly. The power of the 4 swords was too terrifying. Even an 8th level honorable would be sliced in half in an instant. Damn worm, you've really angered me. However, in the next moment, the heavenly netherbird's angry voice could be heard. Then a pitch-black figure with flames rose from the ground. In the next moment, the light screen of the formation shattered, and the 4 gigantic swords were also sent flying. The heavenly netherbird was furious. Its body was covered in black flames. The terrifying attack just now did not break through its defense at all. However, Lin Xian's actions had thoroughly infuriated him. Go to hell, brat! The heavenly netherbird raised its giant claw, and countless black flames gathered to form a huge black fireball the size of a small mountain. Whoosh! The next moment, a huge black fireball flew out. This attack was too terrifying, and even Exalt Realm experts would probably be unable to resist it. bloodthirsty frenzy. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He didn't dare to take the blow head-on and could only dodge quickly. Then he used the blood sword secret technique, Bloodthirsty Tide, to quickly increase his body's potential. Using the thunderstorm wings and illusory demon steps at the same time, his speed reached the limit as he quickly moved horizontally. Lin Xian used his ultimate movement technique and finally moved horizontally at the last moment. However, although he managed to dodge the black fireball, he did not manage to dodge the aftermath of the energy. The huge black fireball smashed into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. Then, countless waves of flames spread out in all directions. The impact was very wide, and more than half of the pine forest was affected. Therefore, no matter how fast Lin Xian was, he could not dodge it. He was swept by the wave-like black flames, and it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was sent flying. The blood in his body roiled, and many of his bones were broken. It was too terrifying. This was only the aftermath of the energy. Moreover, Lin Xian was wearing the Red Lotus armor, but he was still severely injured. The heavenly Netherbird was indeed an ancient demonic beast. This kind of attack was definitely not something that exalts could resist. Lin Xian controlled the injuries in his body and quickly retreated to avoid being affected again. Moreover, his bones and blood were quickly recovering. From this, one could see the difference between Lin Xian and other exalts. One had to know that Lin Xian usually consumed a lot of treasures. The medicinal effects were left in his body and had not been refined. Now that he was injured, the remaining medicinal effects were quickly decomposing and repairing his body. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to move after this attack. The remaining medicinal effects in his body, coupled with the amazing recovery ability of the art of longevity. Therefore, in the next moment, Lin Xian had recovered 70 to 80%. Seeing that Lin Xian was fine, the heavenly Netherbird was very surprised. It knew that even the aftermath of the black fireball was not something that exalts could resist. However, Lin Xian was still alive. What a strange kid! The heavenly Netherbird's face darkened, and it waved its giant claws. Suddenly, the remaining black flames in the sky turned into countless black fire dragons and rushed toward Lin Xian. His surroundings were sealed once again. This time, Lin Xian would not be able to escape this calamity. The dark red dragon was also anxious. It waved its claws and created a few formations to block some of the fire dragons. However, its strength was limited and it could not trap all of the fire dragons. Therefore, although it was relieved, Lin Xian was still in great danger. "Humph, kid, let's see how you escape this time." The heavenly Netherbird revealed a cruel smile. Even if he was not hit by the fire dragons, as long as he was hit by the shock waves, he would not be able to survive, unless the opponent was a king. However, Lin Xian clearly did not have the cultivation of a king. Therefore, the heavenly Netherbird thought that he was dead meat this time. Looking at the black fire dragons rushing toward him from all directions, Lin Xian's face turned ugly. He did not expect the heavenly Netherbird to be so powerful. He was heavily injured as soon as they exchanged blows. It seemed that he could only use his trump card now. With a flip of his hand, the 10,000 beast cauldron appeared in his hand. Then he held the 10,000 beast cauldron and charged forward. The 10,000 beast cauldron had absorbed many terrifying flames in the cave. Now, under Lin Xian's control, all of the flames surged out to fight against the black fire dragons. The flames burned the sky, and the entire sky was covered in a sea of fire. The terrifying temperature caused the entire void to crackle and crumble. In the sky, the boundless sea of refined swords collided with the black flaming dragon, causing crackling sounds to resound. Every single explosion was capable of annihilating an exalt realm cultivator. Seeing a small human reptile resist the black fire dragons, the heavenly Netherbird was surprised. Then it looked at the sky with a trace of surprise. The aura of these flames, could it be? It seemed to have thought of something, and its gaze became uncertain. After seeing the black fire dragons disappear, the heavenly Netherbird was sure that the flames were as it had guessed. Kid, you entered old Devil Song Song's weapon refining cave. Chapter 1227. The sea of flames was extremely terrifying. Even the heavenly Netherbird's black fire dragon was burned. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. This scene caused the heavenly Netherbird's expression to change. It asked in a deep voice, "Brat, did you enter the weapon refining cave before?" To be honest, the heavenly Netherbird was not too afraid of these flames. After all, it had its own ways to deal with them. However, it was afraid of the fact that the other party could subdue these flames. A human brat with only the cultivation of the 7th heavenly layer was able to subdue such terrifying flames. It couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that the weapon refining cave had a peerless divine weapon that even it was afraid of. If the other party obtained that peerless divine weapon, the threat to it would increase greatly. However, Lin Xian sneered, "I know what you're afraid of. There's no need to guess. The sword is in my hands. So, as long as you obediently hand over the essence, blood, and the black flame, I can let you go." From the current situation, Lin Xian was certain that the heavenly Netherbird was afraid of the peerless divine sword in his hands. "Brat, you're too ignorant." The heavenly Netherbird sneered. "If it was old Devil Song Song who had that peerless divine sword back then, I might be very afraid. But now, with your cultivation, you can't pose any threat to me. Moreover, that peerless divine sword has been shattered. I'm very sure of this. So now, that broken sword is of no threat to me." Although the heavenly Netherbird's words were filled with disdain, its movements were not slow. It once again launched a fierce attack at Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian did not use his own strength to resist. The difference between the two was too great. The heavenly Netherbird was a monster that even kings had to retreat from. He could not fight against it. Therefore, he used the sea of flames to resist the heavenly Netherbird. Although he was at a disadvantage, his life was not in danger for the time being. "Haha, you're afraid. Although you say you don't care, you care a lot in your heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have launched such an attack." Lin Xian sneered. He now understood that the peerless divine sword in his hands was absolutely terrifying. Even if it was broken, the heavenly Netherbird was still afraid of it. In the distant past, the heavenly Netherbird must have suffered at the hands of this peerless divine sword. After figuring this out, Lin Xian no longer hesitated. He lightly patted the 1,000-beast cauldron with his palm, and a crisp sound immediately rang out. Clang! The 10,000-beast cauldron trembled, and a green long sword emerged from the cauldron. Ashen Pine Sword. The heavenly Netherbird's pupils shrank when she saw the jade sword. Lin Xian's guess was correct. He had indeed suffered a loss at the hands of this peerless divine sword, and it was a great loss. Back then he had fought old Taoist Song Song to a standstill. Originally, with old Taoist Song Song's strength, they could only fight to a draw. However, it was precisely because he possessed the Ashen Pine sword that Tianyu was defeated. It could be said that the bird hated and feared the Tsang Pine sword at the same time. Now that he saw this sword again, he was naturally shocked. However, when he saw the sword clearly, he started laughing wildly. "Haha, I told you. The Tsang Pine sword is already damaged. It can't unleash the power of the past." Indeed, the Tsang Pine sword was broken in half, and the rest of the sword was covered in cracks. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. More importantly, old Taoist Song Song was no longer here. There was only a broken sword and a 7th sky supremacy brat. They could not unleash the power of this peerless divine weapon. Therefore, the heavenly Netherbird was not worried at all. "Brat, no wonder you were so arrogant before. You even dared to talk about conditions with me. I guess this Tsang Pine sword is your greatest trump card. Unfortunately, your trump card is useless against me. Now, I'm going to send you on your way. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll slowly torture you until you beg for death. This is what you get for messing with me." The heavenly Netherbird let out a sinister laugh. As an ancient demonic beast, he revealed his cruel nature. With that, he stretched out a finger and viciously pressed it down. From the looks of it, he wanted to crush Lin Xian like an ant. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took a deep breath, his expression extremely solemn. In the next moment, he crazily activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. Suddenly, countless rays of sword chi rushed out like giant dragons and wrapped around his arm. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed the Songpine sword. Buzz! The broken Songpine sword seemed to have come alive. It emitted a dazzling light that dyed the entire space green. A terrifying sword aura erupted from the Songpine sword and swept through the world. At this moment, the Songpine sword had come alive. "What? This is impossible." The smile on the heavenly Netherbird's face disappeared. His finger also stopped in the air. Shocking, this was too shocking. He did not expect the Songpine sword to be able to fully recover. This was completely out of his expectations. One had to know that the Songpine sword was an earth-rank treasure. This treasure was very powerful, but it also required a lot of energy. From what he knew, only kings and above could use earth-rank treasures. Therefore, he was not worried at all because Lin Xian was only a 7th rank supremacy. He could not use the Songpine sword at all. But now he had done it. Not only did he do it, but he had also completely recovered the Songpine sword. Damn it, how is this possible? What method did he use? A trace of panic appeared in the heavenly Netherbird's eyes. After all, the Songpine sword had traumatized him too much. It's a bluff. It must be a bluff. How can a puny 7th rank supremacy completely recover the Songpine sword? He must have used an illusion. Go to hell, brat. The heavenly Netherbird roared. Its huge claws were covered in endless black flames. Then it slammed down fiercely. A monster's physique was already very strong. In addition to the heavenly Netherbird's terrifying black flames, he did not need to use any spells. He only needed to use his body strength to cause endless destruction. Looking at the huge black claw descending from the sky, Lin Xian roared. Then he waved his arm, and the Songpine sword in his hand quickly slashed out. In the next moment, a dark green sword aura flashed. The entire sky seemed to have been dyed green. A green sword light was extremely sharp and quickly slashed forward. This sword chi was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt his heart palpitate in fear. This was because he had never seen such a sharp sword aura. He was afraid that only a king could use such an attack. The green sword aura slashed fiercely on the huge black claw. Then the heavenly Netherbird let out a miserable cry. The boundless black flames were cut open by the green sword aura. Even the huge black claw had a huge wound. One could even faintly see the white bones. Chapter 1228. An endless amount of blood spurted out. Every drop could pierce through the void. The heavenly Netherbird was indeed an ancient beast. The blood in its body was too powerful. The space could not withstand it at all. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon was overjoyed. He quickly cast a formation and collected all the blood that dripped down. This was not the essence blood of the heavenly Netherbird. It was just ordinary blood. However, it contained a shocking amount of energy. If he could collect enough blood, the dark red dragon god could refine it into essence blood. Therefore, he did not waste any of the blood. Instead, he collected as much as he could. Damned reptile, you think you can get my blood? Seeing this, the heavenly Netherbird was enraged. He did not think that a worm would dare to covet his blood. He was courting death. In the next moment, the black flames on his palm rolled and quickly stopped the bleeding. Then he looked at Nhong Dragon God and snorted. Despicable worm, die. An endless amount of demonic beast king aura surged towards the dark red dragon god. To the heavenly netherbird, the other party was just a small worm. He could not withstand his aura. In the next moment, the other party would be crushed into a bloody mist by the invisible aura. But soon he was stunned, because the dark red dragon god was completely fine. His aura was like a stone sinking into the sea. How is this possible? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. He realized that the two people in front of him were too strange. First, it was a mysterious brat who could control the Tsang Song sword. Now, it was a worm who was not afraid of his aura. Impossible! How is this possible? Demonic beasts have a strict hierarchy. With my strength, just my aura alone is enough to crush him. But why is he fine? Did I sleep for too long? Has the world changed? The heavenly netherbird was extremely angry. As a demonic beast on the ancient heaven ranking, he was infamous in the ancient times. Even a king would have to bow down to him. But now he had just broken out of his seal and suffered a great loss at the hands of two worms. He could not accept this. However, the dark red dragon god sneered. "Stupid bird, you want to use your aura on me? You're too inexperienced." With that, he raised his head and roared at the heavenly netherbird. Suddenly, a deep dragon's roar rang out. Endless dragon aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird's huge body trembled slightly. Impossible! How is this possible? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. He didn't think that a snake could make him tremble. This was not a suppression of power, but a suppression from the depths of his bloodline. This suppression of netherbirds, heavenly netherbird. Dragons, this is dragon's aura. The heavenly netherbirds' face was filled with shock as it stared at the dark red dragon. "You're not a snake, you're a dragon." Of dragons, of dragons, of dragons, of dragons, of dragons, of dragon, of dragon, of dragon, of dragon, of dragon, Furthermore, judging from the other party's bloodline power, it seemed to be extremely pure. But soon he began to laugh wildly. Furthermore, it's a weak dragon clan. Little thing, wait until I eat you. Not only will I recover my strength, but my bloodline will also improve. By then, I might become another great Xia dragonfinch. The heavenly netherbird was too excited. He was the descendant of the great Xia dragonfinch, but the bloodline in his body was very thin. If he could obtain the bloodline of dragons, he might be able to become the great Xia dragonfinch again and reach the ancestral realm. Once he became the great Xia dragonfinch, he would be the true overlord of the world. No one would be able to stop him. Thinking of this, his eyes shone brightly. He clawed down with his terrifying claws, determined to catch the dark red dragon god. The dark red dragon god dodged quickly like a bolt of lightning. "Stupid bird, although I'm not as strong as before, I'm still not someone you can catch." The dark red dragon god snorted. Although his strength was greatly reduced, he still had countless secret techniques that allowed him to escape successfully. On the other side, Lin Xian slowly waved his ashen pine sword, preparing to attack again. He realized that as long as he injured the heavenly netherbird and allowed the dark red dragon god to collect enough blood, it would be able to condense essence blood. That way, he would have accomplished half of his goal. Furthermore, the dark red dragon god's actions had given him inspiration. Since blood could condense into essence blood, then the countless black flames could also condense into true origin flames. Therefore, Lin Xian held the ashen pine sword while activating the 1,000 beast cauldron to absorb the black flames on the heavenly netherbbird's body. "You're courting death." The heavenly netherbird was furious. He did not expect that not only did he not catch the dark red dragon god, but that Brat also dared to target his flames. This made him furious. Therefore, he gave up on capturing the dark red dragon god and decided to kill Lin Xian first. After all, the ashen pine sword in his opponent's hand was still a great threat to him. Seeing the heavenly netherbird's gaze shift again, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He quickly waved his ashen pine sword and slashed forward. Compared to the previous slash, he only used the power of the great dragon sword soul and the sharpness of the ashen pine sword. He did not use the energy within the ashen pine sword. This was because he knew that the energy within the ashen pine sword could only be used 3 times. He had to use it at the most crucial moment. Now was not the time. Although he could not use the energy within the ashen pine sword, the power of the great dragon sword soul, combined with the sharpness of an earth-class treasure, was beyond imagination. Sword chi spread across the sky, and the terrifying sword light slashed towards the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird roared again and again. A surge of energy surged into the sky, instantly shattering the thousands of sword lights. Then it quickly bombarded Lin Xian. The battle between the two was extremely intense. The entire sky was annihilated by the energy. However, this time, the heavenly netherbird was prepared. Therefore, Lin Xian found it difficult to succeed. Seeing his opponent's aura grow stronger and stronger, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and decided to use the energy within the ashen pine sword. In the next moment, the ashen pine sword in his hand bloomed with a brilliant light. The sword light was like a green flame that lit up the entire sky. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and quickly waved his sword. A huge beam of sword chi slashed forward, and wherever it passed, the sword chi would be destroyed. Wherever it passed, dozens of palaces were turned into ashes. These palaces were the buildings of the Ashen Pine Palace. They were extremely sturdy and could not be damaged by anyone below the king level. But now, under the aftermath of the sword chi, countless palaces were shattered. This sword was too terrifying. It contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and the ashen pine sword. Everything in its path was turned into nothingness. As if it felt the terror of this energy, the heavenly netherbbird's expression changed. It did not expect its opponent to be able to use this kind of sword chi. Chapter 1229. No, this is definitely not that brat's energy. The heavenly netherbird's expression changed drastically. Although the sword chi from before was spiritual energy, it could feel that it was the power of an honorable. But now, the sword chi was so sharp that it made it tremble in fear. Moreover, there was a power that surpassed the honorable realm within it. Damn it, he used the power of the Song Song sword. The heavenly netherbird was extremely shocked. It was too familiar with this power. Back then, Song Song had used this power to seal it. It did not expect to see this power again after a few thousand years. Sensing the threat, the heavenly netherbird roared. The flames on its body spread out like the flames of hell, burning everything. The entire void quickly collapsed under the flames. So what if it's the power of the Song Song sword? I didn't waste my time underground for thousands of years. Today, I'll let you see the sword technique I created. 9 underworld demonic sword come out. The heavenly netherbird roared. Suddenly, the black feathers on its body burned fiercely. Then it rose into the air and quickly formed a huge black sword in the air. The black sword was extremely huge. It was more than 100 feet long and was formed by the black feathers on the heavenly netherbird's body. Its surface was covered with black flames that burned fiercely and emitted a terrifying and violent power. The black flames were like the flames of hell, strange and terrifying. The black sword was like a demonic sword from hell. It carried with it endless killing intent, as if it wanted to destroy everything. The heavenly netherbird stretched out its huge beast claws and grabbed the 9 underworld demonic sword. Then it swept it out. Monstrous flames surged out, and boundless killing intent surged. This sword directly cut the void open. Clang! In the next moment, the Song Song sword and the 9 underworld demonic sword collided and let out an earth-shattering sound. The entire ground crumbled, and terrifying cracks appeared one after another. Lava spewed out from the cracks, reaching hundreds of feet high. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was also struck by the shock wave and was sent flying. Huge cracks appeared on the red lotus armor on his body. It wasn't that the armor wasn't strong enough, but that the sword qi was too terrifying. Even with Lin Xian's red lotus armor, which was condensed using his spiritual energy, it couldn't withstand it at all. Unless it was the true red lotus armor, it might be able to block the sword qi. Wounds appeared on Lin Xian's body, so deep that his bones could be seen. Other than these sword marks, there were many places on his body that had been burned by the black flames. There was nothing he could do about it. The 9 underworld demonic sword was too terrifying. Moreover, it came from the heavenly Netherbird, so its power was unimaginable. Fortunately, Lin Xian had used the power of the Ashen Pine sword to block most of the sword qi. Otherwise, that sword strike from before would have been enough to take his life. Even so, he was still in a very dangerous situation. This was because he could only use the Ashen Pine sword's power 2 more times. After that, the Ashen Pine sword would shatter. On the other hand, the heavenly Netherbird was different. It was a peerless, vicious beast, and it had a demonic weapon like the 9 Hell Demon sword. Its power could be used without limit. This was undoubtedly a huge threat to him. Therefore, Lin Xian would not waste the next 2 waves of energy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian used the art of longevity to quickly heal the injuries in his body. Then he rose into the air, and the Ashen Pine sword in his hand quickly drew a mysterious trajectory in the air. Gale Lightning Sword. 5 sword demonic annihilation. At the crucial moment, Lin Xian used the Gale Lightning Sword, and it was the final 5th sword. Originally, the 5th sword required the power of a king to use, but now that he had the Ashen Pine sword, he could use it earlier. Even so, Lin Xian's body had reached its limit. It was as if it would collapse at any moment. However, Lin Xian was fearless. He gritted his teeth and waved his arms with all his might, unleashing a terrifying martial path sword qi. 5 giant swords rapidly appeared in the sky, as if they had been unleashed by God. It was terrifying to the extreme. Not only that, but a desolate aura was emitted from those sword shadows. The 5 sword shadows were like heavenly swords that surrounded Lin Xian, temporarily isolating the aura of the underworld demonic realm. Looking at the 5 sword shadows, the heavenly Netherbird narrowed its eyes. To be honest, the human boy in front of it had indeed exceeded its expectations. His opponent was clearly only a 7th heavenly layer venerable, but the battle strength he displayed was not weaker than a king. This shocked the heavenly Netherbird, especially his sword qi. Apart from the power of the Ashen Pine sword, there was also an unusually sharp offensive aura. That aura made the heavenly Netherbird feel uneasy in the depths of its heart. It had only felt this uneasiness when it fought Taoist Song Song in the past. Moreover, it had lost that battle, and it had been utterly defeated. Therefore, when it felt this uneasiness again, killing intent surged in the heavenly Netherbbird's heart. Therefore, it would not let Lin Xian go. Boy, it's useless. Although your strength has exceeded my expectations, it's not your strength. Therefore, you can't defeat me. Moreover, once the underworld demonic sword appears, even if you have the Ashen Pine sword, you have no chance. However, Lin Xian ignored it. Even now, he had no reason to give up. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and slashed down with the Ashen Pine sword. Immediately, the 5 sword shadows in the sky slashed down together with his movement. The 5 sword shadows were like the swords of the heavens, containing an invincible aura. It was as if nothing could stop it. Even if it was a god or a demon, it would still be killed. The heavenly Netherbird roared as it held the underworld demonic sword. Its body emitted a monstrous demonic aura, as if it was a peerless demon. It slashed out several sword qi. The terrifying underworld demonic sword qi soared into the sky and clashed with the giant sword in the sky. When the 2 energies collided, an apocalyptic energy erupted. Then the entire space was affected. The Ashen Pine Palace shook incessantly, and countless buildings were turned to ashes by the energy. Lin Xian was also sent flying by the energy. The heavenly Netherbird's enormous body was also sent flying. It was like a giant mountain. Every step it took caused the entire world to tremble. Not only that, but there was also blood in the sky. Some of it belonged to Lin Xian, and some of it belonged to the heavenly Netherbird. The dark red dragon was like a red lightning bolt. It shuttled through the endless torrent and accurately captured the heavenly Netherbird's blood. However, this energy was too violent. He was sent flying dozens of times, but every time he would fly back again without any regard for his life. In the end, the heavenly Netherbird's blood was completely absorbed by it. The violent energy gradually weakened and disappeared. More than half of the buildings in the Ashen Pine Palace were destroyed. The ground was pierced through, and there were countless black cracks in the sky that had yet to heal. Chapter 1230. Brat, how are you? The dark red dragon quickly rushed to Lin Xian's side. Cough, cough. Lin Xian kept coughing, and every time he coughed, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. This time his injuries were even worse. All the bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were severely injured. Fortunately, he had the art of longevity, and his body was very strong, so he did not die immediately. I have dragon blood here. Drink it quickly. The dark red dragon stretched out his dragon claw. This was a critical moment, and he had to let Lin Xian recover quickly. Otherwise, they would be in danger. No need. Lin Xian shook his head and said with difficulty, I took all the storage rings of the people from the Palace of Gods of War. Duan Tianxing's storage ring had an immortal golden pill. With that pill, no matter how serious your injuries are, you can recover instantly. So don't worry, you won't die. That shocking attack had affected both Lin Xian and the heavenly Netherbird. The heavenly Netherbird's huge body kept retreating, and it only stopped after retreating a few hundred feet. Deep craters were formed on the ground one after another. Not only that, but the heavenly Netherbird was also injured. There was a terrifying sword wound on its body that was dozens of feet long. At this moment, endless blood flowed out of the wound and seeped into the ground. However, the blood was quickly transferred to another place because the dark red dragon had set up a formation to collect the heavenly Netherbird's blood. Brat, you dare to hurt me? The heavenly Netherbird's voice was ferocious. It did not expect a human brat to be able to injure it. It was simply beyond its expectations. Of course, it knew that the culprit was the Ashen Pine sword. I want to see how many times you can use that broken sword. It realized that the Ashen Pine sword was severely damaged, and it could only use it a few times. Therefore, as long as the Ashen Pine sword was broken, it had 100 ways to make Lin Xian suffer a fate worse than death. However, in the next moment, its face turned ugly again. This was because he realized that Lin Xian, who was standing opposite him, had been severely injured. However, he had recovered in an instant. Even the spiritual energy that he had consumed had been completely replenished. Damn it, this guy really has a lot of things in his hands. The heavenly serene bird's expression was ferocious. In the next moment, flames surged all over its body and healed its wounds. At his level, as long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he could heal it immediately. Seeing that the heavenly Netherbird's wounds had also healed, Lin Xian's expression became extremely serious. But now the arrow had already been knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. Thus, in the next moment, he once again gripped the azure pine sword, and his entire body became incomparably fierce. The great dragon sword soul in his body quickly revolved, and at the same time a cyan dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly condensed in front of him. This time, Lin Xian summoned the great dragon sword soul. At that moment, his great dragon sword soul had reached the 8th heavenly layer of the exalted realm. It had become very clear, and he could even see the dragon scales on it. As soon as the great dragon's sword soul appeared, countless dragon roars resounded. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Even the heavenly netherbird's expression changed at the pressure. Damn it, what is this thing? Why does it make me feel terrified? The sky serene bird's expression changed greatly. He didn't think that there was something else besides the ashen pine sword that he was afraid of. This was beyond his expectations. Who is this kid? Why is he so strange? No, I have to kill him. Otherwise, when he grows up, he will be a great threat to me. The sky serene bird's killing intent surged. The kid in front of him couldn't be left alive. Therefore, he gripped the 9 darkness demonic sword tightly and quickly slashed forward. The black sword chi streaked across the void like a thunderclap, causing the entire void to shake. This was the demonic sword chi, the sky serene bird's most powerful weapon. When he used it now, even ghosts and gods would be shocked. Perhaps even a true king would have to retreat in the face of such power. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge. The red lotus armor on his body condensed again, making him look like a god of war. At that moment, he held the ashen pine sword tightly in his right hand and the great dragon's sword soul in his left. Then he clasped his hands together, and the ashen pine sword and the great dragon's sword soul merged together. The combination of the two exploded with a dazzling light. Countless dragon roars resounded, and a shocking sword chi shot into the sky. At that moment, not only did the ashen pine sword come to life, but it also seemed to have recovered to its peak. An azure-green long sword appeared in the void, emitting a dazzling light. Lin Xian held the long sword in his hand and stood in the void like a peerless king. His entire body emitted a powerful sword aura. In the next moment, he swung his arm and unleashed a shocking sword attack. The sword chi was like a rainbow that streaked across the void, causing the mountains and rivers to lose their color. The green sword shadow transformed into a giant dragon that roared and charged forward. The dazzling light was so bright that no one could look directly at it. The powerful aura caused the entire sky to tremble. What? This power is even stronger than before. Feeling the sword chi in the air, the sky serene bird's face turned ugly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to unleash an even stronger sword chi. The sword chi was a huge threat to him, so he snorted coldly and gripped the 9 darkness demonic sword tightly again. He quickly unleashed several sword chi, forming a huge sword net that pressed forward. However, he still underestimated the power of the great dragon sword soul and the ashen pine sword. The combination of the two was still more powerful than a king. Therefore, the black sword net in the sky was instantly shattered, and the terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi quickly enveloped the sky serene bird. Rumble! In front of him, the entire ground caved in. Countless sword chi pierced through the heavens and earth like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the sky to shake. The sky serene bird's body was completely submerged in the sword chi. Blood dyed the ground red, and the sky shook. The sky serene bird was even more severely injured, but in the next moment he let out a mournful roar. "Brat, I didn't want to use my true power, but this is what you've got." As the sky serene bird roared, a terrifying power exploded from his body. Not only that, the countless sword chi in front of him retreated as if they were pushed away by something and flew in all directions. In the next moment, the sky serene bird's terrifying body appeared again. Beside him, there was a flickering black domain that seemed to be an independent space of flames that surrounded him. "Brat, you've angered me. You're dead. Even with the ashen pine sword, you won't be able to escape death today." The sky serene bird became extremely ferocious. Originally, he didn't care about dealing with an ant. However, he didn't expect this ant to injure him twice, forcing him to use his true power. Not good. This is the power of a domain. The dark red, godly dragon exclaimed as his face turned serious. "Damn it, I was too careless." Previously, I thought that he was bound by the star chains and couldn't use much power. I didn't expect him to be able to use a domain. This is really surprising. Chapter 1231. Lin Xian's face was also pale. With his outstanding soul power, he could naturally feel how terrifying that flame domain was. That flame domain made his hair stand on end. A domain is also called a king's domain. It's something that can only be obtained after entering the king realm. Sovereigns cultivate their martial spirits as a source of energy, while kings cultivate domains and use them as a source of energy. A king's domain is an independent domain developed from the martial spirits. Within this domain, the opponent's battle power can be multiplied. The dark red dragon's explanation shocked Lin Xian. He realized that this domain was similar to a small independent space. Of course, it hadn't become a real space, but it was still terrifying. Once he fell into the other party's domain, he was afraid that only death awaited him. Brat, you should be proud that you can die under my 9 underworld devil flame domain. The heavenly netherbird's voice was cold. Around him, countless black flames formed a unique domain that was like hell. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, his huge body charged towards Lin Xian with the 9 underworld devil flame domain. The domain's power was too terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the void was shattered. It could be said that the domain contained the essence of a king's energy. It was extremely powerful, and even sovereigns couldn't resist it. Facing the heavenly netherbird's king's domain, Lin Xian's face was extremely solemn. There was only a bit of energy left in the azure pine sword. He had to kill it in one strike. Otherwise, without the azure pine sword, he wouldn't be able to fight against the heavenly netherbird. Looking at the heavenly netherbird getting closer and closer, Lin Xian took a deep breath and slowly raised the azure pine sword. Haha, it's useless. You can't break my king's domain, the heavenly netherbird sneered. I'll let you know what hell is in a moment. Damn it, brat. Why don't we leave? Don't fight with him anymore. He can use the king's domain. His battle power is definitely super strong. The dark red dragon's face was also unsightly. However, Lin Xian decisively shook his head. In this situation, they had to continue fighting. There was still a chance of survival if they fought, but running away meant certain death. Looking at the 9 underworld's devil flame domain that was getting closer and closer, Lin Xian's sword god erupted with a resplendent light. In the next moment, just as he was about to slash out with his sword, an old sigh came from the void. Sigh. This voice was low, but it was incomparably clear. As soon as it appeared, it caused the entire deep pine hall to tremble violently. Even the heavenly netherbird that was flying in front of them suddenly stopped. Its face was filled with fear as if it had seen a ghost. Damn it! Who is it? Get out here! The heavenly netherbird seemed to have been provoked as it roared crazily. Its roar caused the entire void to boil and set off countless shockwaves. Lin Xian's arm also stopped in midair. He could clearly hear that the sigh came from the azure pine sword. Could it be? Lin Xian slowly lowered his arm and looked at the azure pine sword in his hand with a bewildered expression. At that moment, the old voice sounded again. Tianyu, I didn't expect that after thousands of years, you would really come out. Hearing this voice, the heavenly nether bird immediately exploded. It screamed in fear, Old man Song Song, how is this possible? Aren't you already dead? Humans and monsters were not the same. Monsters had a long lifespan, so it was not a problem for them to live for thousands of years. Humans, on the other hand, were different. Even the strongest kings could only live for 2,000 to 3,000 years. It was impossible for them to live any longer. Therefore, even though the heavenly nether bird could not defeat Song Song, it was still alive while Song Song was dead. Impossible. Old man Song Song couldn't have lived for so long. Who are you? Stop pretending to be a ghost. Get out here. Back then, it was because you were too cruel. That's why I sealed you. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, not only did it not erase your ruthlessness, it even made you worse. You've really wasted my painstaking efforts. The old voice sounded again. Then a pale figure leisurely floated out from the azure pine sword. It was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He wore a Taoist robe and had the demeanor of an immortal. Old man Song Song, it's really you. Seeing the illusory figure, the heavenly nether bird could not help but scream. His eyes were filled with fear and dread. Damned old man Song Song, you actually dared to seal me for thousands of years. This time, I'll definitely destroy your nest. With that, the heavenly nether bird coldly snorted, and the 9 underworld demon flame domain burned fiercely. Carrying the king's domain, he charged towards Lin Xian in an even more violent manner. Feeling this energy, Lin Xian's scalp went numb. The pale figure in front of him sighed. Then, with a grab, the azure pine sword in Lin Xian's hand flew into the old man's hand. In the next moment, the azure pine sword exploded with a bright light. It was like a green sun, shining in all directions. A shocking aura exploded from the longsword. This sword chi was too terrifying. Just the aftermath alone caused a 1,000-meter-long crack to appear in the space. Song Song held the azure pine sword in one hand and quickly slashed out a ray of sword chi. The sword chi was thousands of feet long. It was like a green dragon roaring in the sky. This sword slashed directly towards the heavenly nether bird. It fiercely hit the 9 underworld demon flame domain in front of him, causing a shocking explosion. The demon flame domain was mercilessly torn apart, causing a terrifying crack to appear. The heavenly nether bird was even more affected. Its mountain-like body was sent flying backwards. Damn it, this is impossible. You're just a broken soul. How can you have such powerful strength? The heavenly nether bird went crazy in disbelief. That sword chi was too terrifying. It had almost split open its 9 underworld demon flame domain. Although his strength had been greatly reduced in the past few thousand years, and he was no longer as powerful as he was in the past, not just anyone could split open his domain. Moreover, the opponent was just an afterimage of Song Song's soul. It could not use much power. Song Song was also very surprised. He looked at the azure pine sword in his hand. His eyes flashed. What a powerful sword spirit. It's rare. Young man, is this your sword spirit? Song Song looked at Lin Xian. Greetings, senior. That is indeed my sword spirit. Lin Xian answered honestly. Not bad, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Even I didn't have such a sharp sword soul back then. Young man, your future is limitless. Song Song said. Senior is too kind. Lin Xian and Song Song were talking. On the other side, the heavenly nether bird was going crazy with anger. Ever since he had broken out of the seal, he had not encountered anything that went smoothly. Now, even Song Song's afterimage had appeared. This made him feel very uneasy. Old man, you're just an afterimage. You can't use much power. Once I kill you, I'll destroy your entire Azure Pine Palace. Chapter 1232. Indeed, you're right. I'm only a broken soul. I can't stop you. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed. Senior, please use your full strength to subdue this ancient demonic beast. Otherwise, if he escapes, the entire Tianwu continent will be in chaos. The dark red dragon stomped its feet in anger. Fuck, this old man's strength isn't enough, but he still dares to come out. Song Song wasn't in a hurry. He slowly said, although I can't kill him, I can still teach him a lesson. Then I'll have to ask Senior to do it. Lin Xian said. He didn't want to fight with the terrifying heaven netherbird anymore. It was a king realm expert, and it even had a king realm domain. It was too terrifying. However, old Taoist Song Song stared at Lin Xian and asked in a low voice, Young man, do you want to try beating up Tianyu? What? Both Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were stunned when they heard that. Beating up the Heaven Netherbird? How was that possible? Unless Lin Xian was a King Realm expert. The dark red dragon also muttered, "It's over, it's over. This old man has gone crazy." In the distance, the Heaven Netherbird laughed crazily. "Old man Song Song, I think you've really gone crazy. A broken soul imprint wants to beat me? What a joke!" The Heaven Netherbird's expression was one of disdain. If Song Song was at his peak, he might be afraid. But now his opponent was just a broken soul imprint. He didn't need to worry. Lin Xian also had a strange expression on his face. "Senior, you're not joking, right?" Beating up the Heaven Netherbird was indeed exciting, but Lin Xian knew that it was impossible. After all, the Heaven Netherbird was an existence that even kings feared. How could he beat it? However, Song Song smiled. "Don't worry. Since I said so, I naturally have a way. Although I can't raise your cultivation to the King Realm, I can suppress the Heaven Netherbird's cultivation to the Sovereign Realm." "You're talking about the astral chains." Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he thought of a possibility. "That's right, it's indeed the astral chains. Back then, I used the astral chains to trap him, just in case. I didn't expect that I would finally have to use it now," Song Song said slowly. In the distance, the Heavenly Netherbird's expression changed when it heard this. He realized that the old Taoist Song Song's words were very likely to come true, because the 4 astral chains on his body were too miraculous. They had been suppressing him all these years, and not only had his cultivation not improved, it had actually weakened. Now that old Taoist Song Song's broken soul had recovered, and with the help of the stellar key, his cultivation might really be suppressed. At that time, he would probably be in trouble. Damned old ghost, go to hell. The Heavenly Netherbird went crazy. It held the Netherworld Demon Sword and used its king's domain to quickly charge forward. This time he was truly determined to kill. He was determined to kill all of them. However, old Taoist Song Song took the stellar key from Lin Xian and quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, the stellar key released a dazzling light and formed a starry sky map in the air. Stars were floating and spinning in the void, flickering in and out of existence. When the starry sky map appeared, the Heavenly Netherbird screamed in pain. The astral chains on his body seemed to have come alive and were making clanking sounds. The originally pitch-black chain had shed its black outer layer and was now emitting an azure light. Every ray of light formed a star. In the end, the 4 astral chains carried a sky full of stars and completely surrounded the Heavenly Netherbird. No, the Heavenly Netherbird roared crazily and used its king's domain to resist. However, it had been suppressed for thousands of years, and its strength was not as strong as before. Moreover, the astral chains were specifically used to suppress it. Therefore, it did not struggle for long before it was surrounded by the stars. The direct result was that the king's domain around the Heavenly Netherbird quickly disappeared. Not only that, its aura plummeted, and it quickly fell to the honorable realm. In the end, the Heavenly Netherbird's cultivation stopped at the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. Soon, the stars in the sky disappeared and the Heavenly Netherbird's huge figure appeared. However, at this moment, its aura was no longer as strong as before. Not only that, but its eyes were filled with fear because it was no longer invincible. It was only at the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. It will not be able to maintain this state for long, so you should end this quickly. After using the secret technique, old Taoist Song Song's figure became abnormally blurry, as if it would disappear at any time. "Thank you, Senior," Lin Xian said respectfully. Then he turned to look at the Heavenly Netherbird, his eyes shining. If the Heavenly Netherbird was not a match for him before, it was different now. The Heavenly Netherbird was suppressed to the 8th heaven of the honorable realm, which was the same strength as him. Therefore, he was not afraid of it at all. With a clang, Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword from his back and quickly attacked. Astral sword technique. As he waved his long sword, Countless sword rays shot into the sky, turning into meteors one after another and bombarding the heavenly Netherbird. This sword technique was comprehended by Lin Xian in the astral pavilion. When he used it now, it could be said to be extremely powerful. Ah, reptile, go to hell! The heavenly Netherbird fought with all its might. Although the king's domain was gone, its 9 underworld demon sword was still there. Therefore, it held the huge black demon sword and quickly met the attack. Bang, 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 bang. The two exchanged dozens of blows, and the heavenly Netherbird was defeated. Ah, this is so infuriating. The heavenly Netherbird was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. It was an ancient beast and a peerless beast on the heaven ranking. Now that it was defeated by a young human, it could not accept it. However, its cultivation was completely suppressed, and it could not use it at all. Therefore, even if it was angry, there was nothing it could do. Moreover, the human youth in front of it had truly shocked it. Previously, it thought that the other party could only fight it with the power of the Tsang Song sword. But now its cultivation was suppressed to the 8th heaven of the honorable realm, which was 1 level higher than the other party, but it still could not defeat the other party. Moreover, the other party was not using the Tsang Song sword. This made it understand that the young man in front of it was definitely not an ordinary martial artist. He should be a genius among the human martial artists, someone who could fight above his level. After being sent flying again, the heavenly Netherbird was in an extremely sorry state. It gritted its teeth and roared, "Brat, I'll spare your life today. Once I recover my strength, I'll tear you to pieces." With that, it turned around and flew into the sky. It spread its huge wings and was about to fly into the sky. It had been too frustrating today, and its cultivation had been suppressed. It did not want to fight anymore. It wanted to find a place to break the suppression of the astral chains and then come back to kill these people. At that time, no one would be able to stop it. Chapter 1233. Therefore, Lin Xian used the dragon-catching hand the moment the sky serene bird flew into the sky. 2 huge dragons coiled around each other, forming a giant hand that grabbed towards the sky. In the next moment, the sky serene bird was caught by the dragon-catching hand. Get lost! The sky serene bird struggled as black flames burned all over its body. It wanted to retract the giant hand. However, the dragon-catching hand was extremely mysterious. Legend had it that it could even capture a giant dragon, let alone a sky serene bird. Furthermore, the dragon-catching hand was infused with the power of the great dragon sword Spirit by Lin Xian. It was extremely powerful. The 2 real dragons roared. They were so lifelike that they looked as if they were real. They quickly coiled around the heavenly Netherbird and pulled it downwards. Boom! The sky serene bird crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Lin Xian waved his hand and 4 huge light swords of wind, thunder, water, and fire appeared, surrounding the sky serene bird and trapping it. Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. I'll give you a chance. Hand over a little bit of essence blood and a trace of flame origin, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating you up. Lin Xian was very excited. He never thought that he would be able to beat the sky serene bird up one day. This feeling was too good. Brat, you're courting death. The sky serene bird roared in anger. However, what awaited it was a sharp sword. The sword landed on the sky serene bird's body and made a huge sound. However, what was shocking was that such a sharp sword did not leave a single mark on the sky serene bird's body. This made Lin Xian extremely surprised. However, he quickly understood. This was because the sky serene bird was very similar to the dark red divine dragon. They both had strong physiques, but their cultivations were suppressed. The sky serene bird screamed and roared. He knew that his opponent could only hurt him because of the ashen pine sword. Without the ashen pine sword, his opponent could not break through his defense. Knowing this, he completely relaxed. Ha ha, lowly worm. So what if you've trapped me? With your strength, you can't break through my defense. The sky serene bird sneered. Humph, I really don't know what you have to be so proud of. Lin Xian coldly snorted and quickly waved his sword. Sword Qi shot out like rainbows and ruthlessly slashed the heavenly netherbird's body. The sky serene bird forgot one thing. Although Lin Xian's long sword couldn't break through its defense, it didn't mean that the sword Qi wouldn't hurt. Therefore, it didn't take long for the heavenly netherbird to start screaming. Damned brat! I'll definitely tear you to shreds later. The heavenly netherbird gritted its teeth and stared fiercely at Lin Xian. You dare to threaten me? With another slash, the heavenly serene bird wailed again. However, what shocked Lin Xian the most was that the heavenly netherbird's physique was too strong. Even after slashing so many times, he still couldn't hurt it. This was simply inconceivable. Brat, stop. Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to break through his defense if you continue like this. The dark red dragon shook its head. As an ancient divine beast, it naturally knew how strong the heavenly netherbird's physique was. In order to break through the heavenly netherbird's defense, one would need to be at least at the king level, or Lin Xian could use the Tsang Song sword. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to use the Tsang Song sword because there was no more energy inside. If he used it, the Tsang Song sword would shatter. At that time, the old Taoist Song Song's figure might also disappear. At that time, who knows if the starry chains would still be effective? How about I set up a killing formation? I don't believe that I can't break through this guy's defense. The dark red dragon was also thinking, should I set up the immortal slaying formation or the demon slaying formation? The names of these formations caused the heavenly netherbird to tremble. These were all famous formations from the ancient times. Although it didn't believe that Lin Xian could set them up, it was still very surprised. This was because it realized that the dark red dragon was just like him. It was also an ancient divine beast, but it had lost its cultivation. However, Lin Xian shook his head. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll try using the 10,000 beast cauldron. With that, Lin Xian took out the 10,000 beast cauldron. When the black cauldron appeared, the heavenly netherbird's pupils shrank and it shrieked. An earth rank artifact. It didn't notice it during the battle, but now that it was so close, it immediately felt that the 10,000 beast cauldron was extraordinary. With its knowledge, it naturally recognized that the black cauldron was an earth rank artifact. Moreover, it was a complete earth rank artifact. Immediately, the heavenly netherbird broke out in cold sweat. It didn't think that a few humans would have a complete earth rank artifact. Moreover, Lin Xian was only an honored realm expert. Even the old Taoist Tsang Song's figure was shocked. Humph. An earth rank artifact requires a lot of power. It's impossible to use it without reaching the king realm. The heavenly netherbird held onto its last glimmer of hope. However, it soon despaired because Lin Xian didn't use it at all. Instead, Lin Xian swung the 10,000 beast cauldron towards it. Clang! Lin Xian used the black 10,000 beast cauldron as a brick and smashed it onto the heavenly netherbird's body, causing a deafening sound to resound. The heavenly netherbird was in so much pain that it started to cry. Lin Xian's arm was numb as well. Damn it, its defense is so strong. I don't believe that an earth rank artifact can't break through it. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and used all the strength in his body to grab the 10,000 beast cauldron and smashed it again. This time, the heavenly netherbird was in so much pain that it wanted to die. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy because he still hadn't broken through it. Brat, you're hitting the wrong place. Hit its head. The dark red dragon decisively grabbed the 10,000 beast cauldron and swung its claw at the heavenly netherbird's head. The heavenly netherbird saw stars and almost fainted. After this attack, the heavenly netherbird was completely convinced. It was too painful. Unlike the Lone Star sword, the 10,000 beast cauldron was a true earth rank artifact. Its power was no joke. Although it didn't have any external injuries, it had suffered internal injuries. Many of its bones had been broken. Stop! I'll promise you, okay? The heavenly netherbird roared. Isn't it just a drop of essence blood and a trace of flame source? I'll give it to you. It was completely terrified. You should have done this earlier. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. You didn't have to force me to use my last resort. The dark red dragon's eyes also widened. It had finally obtained the heavenly netherbbird's essence blood. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird reluctantly handed over a drop of essence blood. A drop of essence blood was only the size of a fist. Although it looked small, the energy it contained was incomparably pure. The dark red dragon's face was filled with ecstasy. It hugged the essence blood and quickly dived into the beast bag. Brat, I'll go into seclusion for a few days. The dark red dragon roared excitedly. His roar woke up the little white monkey. The latter rubbed its eyes in dissatisfaction and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. Chapter 1234. The heavenly serene bird gritted its teeth and unwillingly pulled out a black feather from its tail. It contained a trace of the origin flame. The heavenly serene bird threw it to Lin Xian. However, it was snatched away by the little white monkey. Little White looked at the feather and shook its head. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He didn't care because he felt that Little White must have its reasons for doing so. As expected, the little white monkey threw the feather to the ground and quickly scanned the heavenly serene bird's body with its black gemstone eyes. Damn monkey, what are you doing? For some reason, the heavenly serene bird was scared by the little white monkey. However, the little white monkey didn't care at all. It stared at a black feather on the heavenly serene bird's tail and quickly flew over. Damn monkey, you're looking for death. Get out of my way. Seeing the little white monkey's actions, the heavenly serene bird almost went berserk. Although the feather that it gave Lin Xian contained the origin flame, it was very rare. It didn't give anything good. However, it didn't expect the little white monkey to find it and target the feather on its body. How could it tolerate this? Therefore, it tried its best to dodge. However, in the next moment, a furry paw gently patted its head. Then it saw stars. The world was spinning. It was a terrible feeling. It didn't faint. However, it couldn't move at all. The dizziness lasted for a short time. However, it was enough for the little white monkey to pull out the black feather. Therefore, when the heavenly serene bird woke up again, Lin Xian still had the origin feather. You. The heavenly serene bird stared at the little white monkey and Lin Xian with murderous intent in its eyes. That was an origin feather. It contained a large amount of origin flame. Now that it was taken away, its strength was definitely affected. However, Lin Xian was very satisfied. He could naturally sense that the black flame aura contained within the feather before him was much denser. The origin flame contained in this black feather was clearly much stronger than the previous one. It seemed that the heavenly netherbird was only trying to deal with him and didn't plan on giving him a good origin flame. He didn't expect the little white monkey to discover it. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this feather must be extremely important to the heavenly netherbird. Since that was the case, Lin Xian happily accepted it. After obtaining the primordial feather, Lin Xian should be able to condense a flame martial soul in no time. At that time, he would have 4 martial souls. His combat strength would definitely reach a terrifying level. However, he didn't leave immediately because Lin Xian knew that once the heavenly netherbird regained its strength, it would chase him all over the world. Therefore, he had to come up with some life-saving methods. In the next moment, Lin Xian controlled the 10,000 beast cauldron and planted a beast slave seal in the heaven netherbird's body. Although he knew that the beast slave seal couldn't completely control the heavenly serene bird, it could still restrict it. Moreover, if he was really anxious, he could use the 10,000 beast cauldron and the beast slave seal. After doing all this, Lin Xian no longer cared about the heavenly netherbird. Instead, he turned to old Taoist Song Song and bowed seriously. Then he turned into a sword radiance and left the place. "Damn brat! You dare to steal my primordial feather and plant a beast slave seal in me? No matter where you run to, I'll kill you." The heavenly nether bird roared at the sky. It had never suffered such a huge loss before. On the side, old Taoist Song Song looked at this scene and shook his head slightly. In the next moment, the illusory figure disappeared into the stellar key. Then the stellar key exploded with a dazzling light. Old Taoist Song Song used the last of his energy to cast a spell to suppress the heavenly nether bird's cultivation. When all this was done, old Taoist Song Song's figure was no longer there. The Song Song sword had also turned into countless fragments and disappeared into the sky. "Damn you! Old Taoist Song Song, damn you!" The heavenly nether bird was extremely furious. It naturally knew that it wouldn't be able to recover its strength in a short period of time. It didn't expect old Taoist Song Song to be able to suppress it even after his death. However, even though it was roaring, there was nothing it could do. In the distance, ever since Murong Chingching and the others left, they heard a series of roars coming from the Song Song Palace behind them. The sound was extremely terrifying. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the soul-stirring sound. Naturally, they knew that it was the heavenly nether bird's roar. Therefore, Murong Chingching, Zhao Shui, and the others were all worried. This was because Lin Xian was still inside. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War sneered. "Who does that brat think he is? How dare he negotiate with the heavenly nether bird? He's courting death. Don't worry, he's dead for sure. This time, he won't be able to come out. It's just a pity about those treasures." Thinking about the stolen storage rings, the martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War gritted their teeth. However, they didn't dare to act rashly because the heavenly nether bird's terrifying aura was still present. Moreover, they soon felt an intense energy fluctuation coming from behind them. It seemed that there was a battle going on. The battle was extremely intense. It was even more intense than the honorable realm. This power, how is it possible? Could there be kings fighting? One of the powers belonged to the heavenly nether bird, but who was the other one? Could it be Lin Xian? Impossible. That brat is only a 7th level honorable realm. No matter how strong he is, he can't display the battle strength of a king. Could there be other experts inside? Thinking of this, everyone felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, they had left quickly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape if they had encountered such a terrifying expert. Everyone was paying close attention to the battle at the Pine Palace because it would determine whether they would be safe for the next few days. However, they soon realized that the terrifying energy and aura had disappeared. The battle is over? Everyone was shocked. Because they were very far away, they didn't know what had happened at the Pine Palace. Both powers had disappeared. Could it be that they had perished together? If that was the case, that would be great. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were excited. Without the threat of the heavenly nether bird, they didn't fear anyone. However, Murong Chingching was very worried because they didn't know how Lin Xian was doing. "I'll go take a look." Sensing the changes ahead, Zhao Shui prepared to go take a look. "I'll go with you." Murong Chingching was also worried. However, the elders from the Murong clan all stopped her. "Young miss, we don't know the situation ahead. Why don't we wait patiently?" Murong Chingching was their clan's hope, so they didn't want her to take the risk. Just as the two sides were arguing, a sword light suddenly streaked across the sky. Someone came out of the Pine Palace. Someone shouted. Immediately, everyone looked forward with bewildered expressions. After such an intense battle, could someone still be alive? Chapter 1235. They were certain that it wasn't the heavenly nether bird. If the heavenly nether bird was here, it would definitely be a scene of destruction. However, such a scene didn't appear, so it couldn't be the heavenly nether bird. Why does that figure look so familiar? Fuck, isn't that Lin Xian? Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian? How could it be Lin Xian? How could he survive such an intense battle? The people from the Palace of Gods of War didn't believe it. They didn't believe that an honorable realm martial artist could survive a battle between kings. It was simply impossible. But in next to no time, their expressions became extremely unsightly because they'd already seen the figure clearly. It was Lin Xian. Damn it, he's still alive. How is this possible? What kind of luck does this guy have to be able to survive? The people from the Palace of Gods of War looked as if they had seen a ghost. Murong Qingqing cheered. Zhao Shui also let out a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on her cold face. She was relieved that Lin Xian was fine. Murong Qingqing also mumbled in a low voice. I knew it! This guy would be fine for sure. Lin Xian naturally saw Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui. His figure flashed and landed in front of them. Lin Xian, it's really you. It's great that you're fine. What could happen to me? Lin Xian shrugged. How did you get out? What's the situation in front? Is the heavenly nether bird still alive? A group of martial artists surrounded him and kept asking questions. There's a remnant soul left behind by a peerless martial artist in the Pine Palace. He fought with the heavenly nether bird. The heavenly nether bird is still alive, but he's injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Lin Xian said. Of course, what he said wasn't the entire truth. At least, he didn't tell everyone about his battle with the heavenly nether bird. Knowing that the heavenly nether bird was heavily injured and would not be able to fight for a while, everyone let out a sigh of relief. As for the Palace of Gods of War side, their expressions were unfriendly as they all surrounded him. When Lin Xian took their storage rings, they didn't dare to do anything because of the pressure from the heavenly nether bird. But now that the heavenly nether bird was gone, they had nothing to worry about. Even though Lin Xian was strong, they had 2 8th level venerables on their side. Moreover, they had many other experts as well. Thus, they weren't afraid of Lin Xian if they really fought. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to come back alive. However, don't think that you'll be fine just like that. How dare you steal our storage rings? Spit them out right now. Not only that, you'll have to hand over all your treasures to make up for your crimes. Duan Tianqing had no intention of letting Lin Xian go. Looking at the group of people from the Palace of Gods of War, the Murong clan was also very cautious. After all, the other party was a powerful force. If they really fought, both sides would suffer. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. He wasn't even afraid of the heavenly nether bird, let alone these people from the Palace of Gods of War. Moreover, the battle with the heavenly nether bird had benefited him a lot. It could be said that his battle experience had greatly increased. The people in front of him were no match for him at all. Last time, I was in a good mood and allowed you to use your storage rings to buy your lives. I didn't expect you to not learn your lesson and still dare to provoke me. But this time I'm very curious. What do you want to use to buy your lives? You're courting death. Attack! Duan Tianqing roared. Then the martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War and the Palace of Divine Birds surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Duan Tianqing and Yan Feng faced off against Lin Xian, while the others stared at the people from the Murong clan and Merry Woods. Brat, you're dead this time. I'll kill you with my own hands. Yan Feng stared at Lin Xian, his voice ferocious. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw a human-shaped lightning bolt charging towards him. Boom! Yan Feng was caught off guard. He didn't expect Lin Xian to attack him so quickly. There was no warning at all. Therefore, he could only passively defend. In the next moment, the boundless power of thunder and lightning quickly surrounded him. The powerful force numbed his entire body. You're courting death. Seeing Lin Xian defeat Yan Feng with one move, Duan Tianqing roared. He quickly unleashed his martial soul and pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he summoned the 1,000 beast cauldron. Then he held it in his hand and quickly slammed it forward. Clang! The sound of metal vibrating rang out. Suddenly, everyone's scalp went numb and their faces turned pale. Duan Tianqing bore the brunt of the impact and was directly sent flying. Damn it, this is impossible. What exactly is that thing? How can it be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. Duan Tianqing was an eighth heaven honorable. How could he be sent flying with one move? This was unbelievable. The people from the Palace of Gods of War looked at Lin Xian with cold sweat on their faces. They regretted provoking him again. In an instant, those martial artists were all stunned. They didn't dare to move at all. Tell me, how do you want to buy your life this time? Lin Xian stepped on Duan Tianqing's body and said coldly. Duan Tianqing was trembling with anger. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never been humiliated like this before. However, Lin Xian was too strange, especially the small black cauldron in his hand. It almost shattered his martial soul with one move. This made him extremely terrified. However, he had already lost his storage ring. At this moment, he didn't have anything left to lose. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth and lie on the ground, pretending to be dead. Lin Xian naturally understood that the other party had nothing left. However, he wouldn't let them off so easily. Moreover, he thought of something. He had to clarify this matter. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. There's something I need you to tell me. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I can let you go. Otherwise, you can stay here forever to accompany the heavenly Netherbird. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding people trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. Duan Tianqing also gritted his teeth and said, Tell me, what's the problem? Why do you want to kill me? Logically speaking, even if I offended young Master Ling Feng, the Palace of Gods of War shouldn't have sent experts like you, right? Yes, this was the question that Lin Xian had been wondering. He realized that Duan Tianqing and the others weren't on the same side as young Master Ling Feng. Although both sides wanted to kill him, they weren't on the same level. Therefore, he thought that there must be some reason that he didn't know. You don't know. Duan Tianqing was also stunned. In his opinion, Lin Xian should know about this matter. It seems like those people didn't tell you. Who? Speak clearly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xian said coldly, You should know that the Palace Master of the Palace of Gods of War is in seclusion. The Vice Palace Master is preparing to seize power. Therefore, the Palace of Gods of War is divided into two factions. Chapter 1236. Duan Tianqing took a deep breath and continued. When the Palace Master was in seclusion, he drew a painting and asked all the martial artists in the Palace of Gods of War to welcome and assist him. The person in the painting is you. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The ordinary martial artists in the Palace of Gods of War were also stunned because this painting was only seen by the higher-ups of the Palace of Gods of War. And those higher-ups didn't spread the news, so ordinary martial artists didn't know at all. This Lin Xian actually had such a close relationship with the Palace of Gods of War. The martial artists from the other factions were even more shocked. Lin Xian frowned. Then he seemed to have thought of something and quickly asked, What's the name of your palace master? What does he look like? Hurry up and tell me. He thought of a possibility. Although it was unbelievable, he had to ask clearly. Lin Xian was very excited because he thought of a possibility, so he had to confirm it. Duan Tianqing didn't plan to hide it because this matter couldn't be hidden at all. After Lin Xian went out, the other people in the Palace of Gods of War would definitely come looking for him. The Palace Master of the Palace of Gods of War is called Lin Zhan. As for what he looks like, I think you should know. Lin Zhan. Hearing this name, Lin Xian's body trembled. It was just as he thought. Although he was very shocked and didn't dare to believe it, it was probably the truth. Lin Zhan was his father's name. Lin Xian didn't expect his father to be the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War. But how was this possible? One had to know that his father had only left him for about 3 years. Before that, his father had always been in the Xia country of the Tianan region. How could he suddenly become the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War? The palace master of the Palace of Gods of War was at least a king. What kind of opportunity could allow a spirit transformation realm martial artist to become a king in such a short period of time? Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine at all. However, the facts before his eyes showed that the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War was really his father. Thinking about the sword heart pendant his father gave him and the words left in the ancestral land, Lin Xian felt that his father might not be as simple as he looked. There should be some shocking secret on him. As for what this secret was, he would probably only know when he met his father. With news of his father, all his problems were solved. Lin Xian finally understood why Duan Tianqing and the others wanted to kill him. Because Lin Xian's real identity was the young master of the Palace of Ares. In the future, if there were no accidents, he would be the one to inherit the Palace of Gods of War. How could the vice palace master allow such a threat to exist? That was why there was a series of pursuits. Lin Xian did not expect that he would be involved in this kind of power struggle for no reason at all. He was afraid that there would be many fierce battles in the future. Duan Tianqing gritted his teeth and said, "I'm done. Can you let us go now?" Scram! Lin Xian kicked him away. "Tell your vice palace master to not have any ideas about the Palace of Ares. Also, it won't be long before I personally make a trip to the Palace of Ares." Everyone gasped. Judging from Lin Xian's tone, it seemed like he wanted to start a war with the Palace of Ares. Now, many people had already guessed some terrifying news, and their eyelids twitched. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a shocking origin. Duan Tianqing crawled up from the ground and led the Palace of Gods of War away. This time, he would definitely not dare to provoke Lin Xian again. Lin Xian also sat to the side to rest, but he was constantly thinking. He had already found his father's whereabouts. All he needed to do was meet up with them at the Palace of Gods of War. Furthermore, after doing this, he still needed to return to the Tianan region and rescue the entire Lin family from his ice seal. After dealing with the matters of the Tianwu continent, Lin Xian would fulfill his promise to Zero and leave the Tianwu continent. He would go to a wider world and fulfill his promise. This promise was naturally related to King Danyu and the legendary Pill sect. Lin Xian would not forget this. In the next few days, no one ran around. Instead, they waited quietly because the day of departure was approaching. However, on the day before they left, there was another change. That was because in the distant Deep Pine Hall, an extremely berserk, demonic aura surged out. It swept through the 9 heavens as if a peerless beast had awakened. Following that, a roar like thunder rang out. "Damned brat, where are you? Come out. I'll definitely kill you." This voice was filled with boundless killing intent. When the cultivators in the distance heard this, their expressions changed and they even began to tremble. The Heaven Nether Bird. That's the Heaven Nether Bird's voice. Damn it, it's revived again. Not good, the Heaven Nether Bird is coming. Everyone run. Everyone panicked and began to flee. There was no way around it. The Heaven Nether Bird was too powerful. Even kings were not its match, let alone them. Thus they chose to hide. As long as they could hide for another day, they would be able to leave safely. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect the Heaven Nether Bird to recover its strength so quickly. This was not good news for him. Furthermore, if the Heaven Nether Bird also left this place and arrived at the Tianwu continent, there would be a storm of blood. Furthermore, his current strength was not enough to contend against the Heaven Nether Bird. If they met again, it would be very troublesome. On the side, Zhao Shui and Morong Qingcheng looked at Lin Xian with suspicion. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. The brat that the Heaven Nether Bird was talking about, could it be you? What did you do to make it so angry? Morong Qingcheng was puzzled. Zhao Shui was also very curious. Lin Xian said indifferently, "It's nothing." I only plucked a feather and let it bleed a little. What? You injured the heaven nether bird. The two were shocked. This was shocking news. What kind of existence was the heaven nether bird? It was a peerless demonic beast. It was at least a king realm beast. However, such a terrifying existence was actually injured by Lin Xian. This was too inconceivable. It's not that exaggerated. I wasn't the one fighting. I only took advantage of the situation. Seeing that Lin Xian did not want to say more, the two did not continue to ask. However, they did not stay here and quickly escaped. Right now, the only thing they could do was to leave safely and not let the heaven nether bird find trouble. The heaven nether bird searched around and did not find Lin Xian. It was extremely angry and began to bombard everything around it. Immediately, the mountains and forests were all flattened. However, this situation only lasted for half a day before the heaven nether bird disappeared. Not only that, the terrifying pressure also disappeared. This allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, that night, the terrifying aura surged out again. Chapter 1237. According to his guess, the heavenly nether bird had not completely removed the suppression of the astral chains. Furthermore, the suppression had become extremely unstable, causing its strength to fluctuate. This allowed Lin Xian to heave a sigh of relief. At least the heavenly nether bird was not an invincible existence. It still had its weaknesses. This way, even if it went out, it would not dare to be too flamboyant. Otherwise, it would be surrounded by the kings of the Tianwu continent. A night of danger passed. The next day, just as the sun rose, the entire remote sky secret realm became different. Everyone felt a mysterious force repelling them. They knew that the remote sky secret realm was about to close, and they were going to be teleported out. The force grew stronger and stronger, and finally, someone disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was ecstatic. The last 2 days were like a nightmare. They had spent it carefully, afraid that the heavenly nether bird would discover them. Now that they could leave this place and escape this danger, they were naturally happy. Lin Xian, I'll leave first. When I return to the Tianwu continent, I'll look for you. Murong Qingcheng waved her hand and left with her clansmen. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War also looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions before they were teleported out. Zhao Xue, how did you get in? Lin Xian was very curious. Zhao Xue looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Lin Xian was very familiar with that smile. This was clearly the Zhao Xue that he knew. But in the next moment, that smile disappeared and was replaced with a cold expression. The Zhao Xue in front of him did not notice the change in his expression. Instead, he said in a deep voice, I sneaked in from a rank 6 sect. I should be teleported back to where I came from. But don't worry, I shouldn't be in any danger. Lin Xian was not worried about this. After all, Zhao Xue was not weaker than him. Even an 8th level venerable might not be able to do anything to him. However, what really worried Lin Xian was Zhao Xue's situation and that strange smile. At that moment, Lin Xian clearly felt that the Zhao Xue he was familiar with had returned. But in the next moment, that feeling disappeared. This made him extremely puzzled. However, he couldn't explain it now. He could only wait and see. There's something wrong with your friend. After Zhao Xue left, Zero's voice sounded. What is it? Lin Xian asked. The cultivation technique she practices is very strange. It seems to be able to produce a second soul. What? You're saying that there are 2 souls in Zhao Xue's body? Lin Xian was shocked. You could say that. Hearing this, Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. He knew that there was something wrong with Zhao Xue's body, but he had never thought that there would be 2 souls in her body. This was too inconceivable to him. No wonder Zhao Xue's temperament had changed so much that she didn't even recognize him. It seemed that her original soul had been suppressed. Then is she in danger? Lin Xian asked. She's fine now. Her original soul should be asleep. However, she'll definitely be in danger in the future. Maybe the soul produced by the cultivation technique will replace her original soul. After all, the void sky eye was a very strange cultivation technique in ancient times. There were many amazing geniuses who practiced it, but they all died in the end. There's actually such a thing. Lin Xian frowned. He realized that Zhao Xue's situation was very bad. What can I do to save her? The two of them could be said to have gone through thick and thin together, so Lin Xian couldn't sit idly by. Don't worry. With your current strength, you won't be able to save her. Moreover, I suspect that this cultivation technique itself is a conspiracy. This matter can't be explained in a short period of time. Leave here first. I'll explain it to you later. Zero's voice disappeared as a surge of energy enveloped Lin Xian's body. In the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared from where he was. A mysterious spatial force brought Lin Xian out of the hidden sky secret realm. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery around him had changed greatly. It was no longer the primitive forest of the hidden sky secret realm, but the scenery of the immortal martial academy. I'm back. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After more than 3 months, he was finally back. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. He's out. Below, the crowd was excited. Endless shouts could be heard. Brother Xian. A group of Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples waved and shouted. The surrounding people's gazes also fell on Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. This aura, seventh heaven venerable. Everyone exclaimed because they felt a terrifying aura from Lin Xian's body. Although he didn't deliberately release it, the pressure still made their hearts jump. The surrounding elders were also shocked. If they remembered correctly, Lin Xian's cultivation should only be at the 4th heaven venerable when he first entered. However, they didn't expect him to break through to the 7th heaven venerable in just a few months. This kind of breakthrough speed was truly shocking. Of course, they still didn't know that Lin Xian could beat up an 8th heaven venerable. If they knew, their jaws would probably drop. Headmaster Xian was astonished as well, but soon after he revealed a smile. As expected of the legendary person, this kid's strength and talent are truly heaven-defying. 7th heaven venerable, Brother Xian, you're too strong. Wang Li and the other Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples rushed up and surrounded Lin Xian with exclamations. Don't worry, I brought back a lot of treasures this time. When the time comes, I'll definitely let you guys improve. Lin Xian smiled. He wouldn't be stingy to the people around him. Really? That's great. Thank you, Brother Xian. Brother Xian is domineering and mighty. A group of people cheered. At this moment, the void above fluctuated again. One figure after another appeared. Dugu Outyan, Li Yunfei, and the others were among them. Everyone exclaimed again because they realized that Dugu Outyan's aura had also reached the 7th heaven venerable. Although Li Yunfei's aura hadn't reached the 7th heaven venerable, it had reached the peak of the 6th heaven venerable. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to enter the 7th heaven venerable. This made everyone exclaim. The 3 strongest disciples of the immortal martial academy had greatly improved their strength at this moment. Those elders were also beaming with joy because the harvest this time was indeed not small. However, in the center of these people, there was an exceptionally shocking figure. It was a young man who was only a few years older than Dugu Outyan. He had a tall figure like a fiend god. At this moment, his body was emitting a monstrous aura. Even those elders were extremely shocked. 8th heaven venerable. Everyone exclaimed and looked at the figure with deep shock. Is he also a disciple of our academy? Why don't I recognize him? Oh my God, 8th heaven venerable. Such a young 8th heaven venerable. He's going to defy the heavens. The group of people was shocked and puzzled at the same time. Chapter 1238. I know. He's a disciple from the previous batch. He's only a few years older than us. He stayed in the punishment hall after graduation. I didn't expect him to enter the remote sky secret realm this time. And his cultivation has risen to the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. Soon, Meng Tian's news spread among the crowd. He was ranked 3rd on the previous Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, a member of the Punishment Hall, and an 8th heaven of the honorable realm. Every piece of news shocked the crowd. Din Xian and the rest smiled contentedly. Finally, someone had entered the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. This made them heave a sigh of relief. In fact, some people found it strange because the Immortal Martial Academy was also known as a king-level force. However, people like Dugu Outyen and Li Yunfei were still weaker than the core disciples of the king clans. However, this didn't affect the Immortal Martial Academy's status. Dugu Outyen and the rest were still too young. The ones who could be compared to the core disciples of the king clans were people like Meng Tian. These people were very young and talented. However, according to the Academy's rules, they couldn't become disciples of the Academy and could only stay in the punishment hall. However, in terms of age, talent, and cultivation, these people could definitely compete with the core disciples of the other king clans. After Meng Tian bowed to Din Xian and the rest, his gaze landed on Lin Xian. Dugu Outyen, Li Yunfei, and the rest also looked at Lin Xian and were shocked. This was because they realized that Lin Xian's cultivation had also reached the 7th heaven of the honorable realm. Looking at his strong spiritual energy, it didn't seem like he had just reached the 7th heaven. His aura was even stronger than Dugu Outyen's. Among those present, only Meng Tian could suppress Lin Xian in terms of cultivation. This made Dugu Outyen, Li Yunfei, and the rest very depressed. They originally thought that they would be able to surpass Lin Xian after coming out of the secret realm. However, they didn't expect that they were still lagging behind. Moreover, the gap seemed to have widened. Meng Tian was also amazed. Although his cultivation level was higher than Lin Xian's, he still felt a sense of trepidation when facing Lin Xian based on his martialist senses. This feeling was very strange. One should know that he was at the 8th heaven and Lin Xian was only at the 7th heaven. No one would believe him. However, Meng Tian didn't let his guard down because he believed in his intuition. Junior brother Lin, we didn't see you in the end. Where were you during that time? The elders shook their heads helplessly. Before they entered the remote sky secret realm, Din Xian had reminded them to protect Lin Xian. But not long after entering the mystic realm, they would lose Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also apologetic. He thanked the elders and everyone for their concern. He had made them worry. I went to Pine Hall at the end, Lin Xian said. What, Pine Hall? You really went there? Meng Tian and the rest were shocked. The elders were also covered in cold sweat. Although they didn't go to Pine Hall, they knew a thing or two about the situation there. They didn't expect Lin Xian to go to such a dangerous place. Junior brother Lin is indeed bold. Meng Tian was shocked. He had hesitated for a long time before, but he didn't go in the end. Not only Meng Tian, but Dugu Outyen and Li Yunfei were also surprised. The surrounding disciples were at a loss. Pine Hall? What is that place? Is it dangerous? It seems quite dangerous. Didn't you see that even senior brother Meng Tian was full of praise? It can't be. Is Lin Xian the only one who went in? The disciples of Dragon's Sword Pavilion also asked, Brother Xian, what is Pine Hall? Can you tell us about it? Lin Xian scratched his nose helplessly and smiled bitterly. At this time, Meng Tian spoke again. Although I didn't enter Pine Hall, I know the situation there. Pine Hall is the core area of the remote sky secret realm. There are countless treasures inside, far more than outside. What? The core area? Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were shocked. Although they hadn't entered the remote sky secret realm, they still understood what the core area meant. I didn't expect Lin Xian to be so lucky. He actually entered the core area. Yeah, didn't you see that senior brother Meng Tian and the rest didn't go in? The group was envious. Lucky? Dugu Out Yen and the rest had strange expressions. You're wrong. Wrong? How is it wrong? Isn't there countless treasures in the core area? The crowd was puzzled again. There are indeed countless treasures, but there are also countless dangers inside. Moreover, it's even more dangerous this time, because there's a peerless beast inside the heavenly netherbird. That's an ancient ferocious beast, and it's a peerless demon on the heaven leaderboard. What? The heavenly netherbird, an ancient ferocious beast. Hearing this, the crowd trembled as fear appeared in their eyes. Needless to say, the heavenly netherbird was extremely terrifying just by hearing its name. No wonder Meng Tian and Dugo Outyen had such expressions. It turns out that Pine Hall is extremely dangerous. But Lin Xian actually dared to go in. I have to say, he's too daring. Junior brother Lin, what's the strength of the heavenly netherbird? Has it reached the 9th heaven of the honorable realm? Everyone was curious. They wanted to know how powerful the ancient ferocious beast was. 9th heaven of the honorable realm? Lin Xian shook his head. Ordinary kings are nothing in front of it. What, even kings are nothing? No way, it's so powerful. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. They realized that they had underestimated the ancient ferocious beast. It was definitely an ancient ferocious beast. Even Dean Xian was surprised. He did not expect such a thing to happen in the remote sky secret realm. Lin Xian was too daring. He dared to enter the same place as a king, rank, ferocious beast. Fortunately, he was fine. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to the palace of Ares. Dean Xian was also scared. Then, how did you guys escape safely? Everyone was puzzled. They could not think of how they could escape from such a ferocious beast. Actually, it's not too bad. With the protection of the ancient ferocious beast's remnant soul, the heavenly netherbird did not cause much harm. Lin Xian explained briefly. Everyone came to a sudden realization. So that was how it was. But thinking about it, it should be extremely dangerous. The disciples kept discussing and asking the disciples who had entered the secret realm. The scene was very lively. However, Dean Xian frowned and looked at the sky. Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly as his face turned serious. The 1,000-beast cauldron in his body vibrated as if it was reminding him. Recently, he had only used the 1,000-beast cauldron to plant a beast mark on the heavenly netherbird. Other than that, he had not done anything else. Now that the 1,000-beast cauldron was moving, it was obviously related to the heavenly netherbird. Did that guy come out again? Chapter 1239. Indeed, in the next moment, tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck down from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Over at the Immortal Martial Academy, all the disciples looked up at the sky in shock. Not only the Immortal Martial Academy, but also the Palace of War, Morone Clan, Merry Woods, and Deity Sword Villa. All the major powers and clans looked up at the sky. The originally clear sky suddenly turned gloomy. Countless lightning bolts danced in the sky like wild snakes. It was terrifying. Not only that, the sky suddenly cracked open, forming a crack that was thousands of miles long. It was as if the entire sky had been split into two. Endless black flames poured out from the huge crack, covering the entire sky. The black flames burned fiercely with a strange aura, as if they were the demonic flames of hell. In the next moment, a deep roar rang out, bringing with it endless anger and violent power. Finally, a huge figure flew out from the crack, filling the sky in an instant. It was a huge body, pitch black in color. Its black feathers seemed to be made of demonic iron, burning with black flames. Accompanying it was an earth-shattering demonic aura and a terrifying pressure. Heavenly Netherbird, it's the Heavenly Netherbird. Damn it, that guy actually came out. At this moment, the Palace of War, Morone Clan, Divine Bird Palace, and all the other major powers were shocked. especially those who had just come out of the secret territory. Their faces were filled with fear, as if they had seen a ghost. They had personally experienced the terror of the heavenly netherbird, and naturally knew the consequences of such a peerless beast coming out. That huge body filled the sky, and a terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. This scene deeply shocked everyone in the Sky Martial continent. Is that the heavenly netherbird? It's too terrifying. In the immortal Martial Academy, countless disciples looked up at the sky with pale faces. Some of them were even trembling slightly. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel a sense of fear, as if that flame could tear them apart. Too terrifying. Previously, they had heard from Lin Xian and the others that the heavenly netherbird was terrifying, but that was all they knew. But now that the heavenly netherbird had appeared, they realized just how terrifying it was when they had to face it in person. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian with admiration. Lin Xian actually dared to stay with such a terrifying existence. It was simply too shocking. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the heavenly netherbird to come out so quickly. This was not good news for him, so he immediately hid the feather and cut off any connection it had with the outside world. Otherwise, the heavenly netherbird would definitely be able to find him. As for the beast mark, Lin Xian did not activate it. Instead, he hid it deep within the sky netherbbird's body. The moment the heavenly netherbird appeared, it let out a loud roar and directly shattered the countless forests and mountains below. Countless mountains collapsed and rivers flowed in reverse. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Not only that, the countless black rocks in the sky turned into black birds and quickly flew in all directions, as if they were searching for something. In the academy, Dean Xian looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Then he quickly ordered, all disciples return to the academy. At the same time, activate the academy's defensive array. No one is allowed to leave during this time. Facing a king-level demonic beast, the immortal Martial Academy immediately sealed the academy and prohibited the disciples from leaving. There was no choice. The heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. If they encountered it, there was no chance of survival. In fact, without Dean Xian's order, the disciples wouldn't dare to go out and seek death. However, the Academy's activation of the defensive array made them feel more at ease. Countless disciples rushed out like a flood. They retreated to the back. A formation appeared around the immortal Martial Academy, completely enveloping the Academy. At the same time, the War God Palace, Morone Clan, Deity Sword Villa, and other major forces also went into seclusion and activated the formation. Lin Xian also returned to the academy. He didn't cultivate, but returned to the courtyard to have a good sleep. Entering the hidden sky secret realm, this time was too dangerous. Throughout the entire process, his mind was tense, and he didn't have time to rest. Now that he was out, he naturally needed to relax. This sleep lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After that, Lin Xian woke up with great energy. In the following days, the academy remained sealed. He didn't go out, but instead he started to organize the harvest in his courtyard. Needless to say, the harvest this time was too great. First, his cultivation rose from the 4th sky of the Venerable Realm to the 7th sky of the Venerable Realm. Then his dragon sword soul reached the 8th sky of the Venerable Realm. It could be said that his cultivation and combat strength had an earth-shattering change. Moreover, this wasn't his final form. He still had countless heavenly treasures. As long as he focused on cultivating, it wouldn't take long for his strength to rise again. Also, he obtained a primordial feather from the heavenly netherbird. It contained the origin flame and could allow him to condense a flame martial soul. However, he didn't plan to use it now. In addition, in the mysterious space in his body, there was a 6,000-year-old purple thunder divine bamboo. The power of thunder and lightning on it was shocking. What was left were various heavenly treasures. These things were kept in his white bone ring. There were 2 parts. One of them was collected by him. The other part was in the Pine Palace, where he robbed the storage rings of the War God Palace and the Divine Bird Palace. This was the richest part. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. He reckoned that the people of the War God Palace and the Divine Bird Palace must be mad. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian set up a defensive formation around him. Then he flicked the storage ring and countless heavenly treasures appeared in the void. Seeing these things, Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion. He took a deep breath. Each of these heavenly treasures could make a venerable go crazy. Now he had so many of them. If these things were taken out, it would cause a stir in the entire Tianwu continent. Next, Lin Xian began to organize and put the same things together. This way, it would be easier to manage them. Spirit stones, pills, spirit fruits, weapons, armor, and all kinds of things. The only thing missing was a cultivation technique. Because they didn't enter the Pine Palace, they didn't get any cultivation technique left behind by Taoist Song Song. However, Lin Xian comprehended a star sword technique from the Star Pavilion. Its power was extraordinary. Although it wasn't as good as a real earth rank martial art, it was close. After finally organizing, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was too shocked. He knew about the things he collected. What shocked him was the things in the storage rings of the War God Palace and the Divine Bird Palace. Chapter 1240. Especially the storage rings of Duan Tianqing and Yan Feng from the Palace of Gods of War. They were simply too rich, even more than what he had obtained. As expected of an 8th level supremacy, he's actually so rich. Lin Xian even found a total of 10 silver leaves and fire phoenix fruits in Duan Tianqing's storage ring. Presumably, Duan Tianqing had left these for the geniuses of the Palace of Gods of War. But now, they all belonged to Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian sorted out everything. Among them, there were 30 superior-grade spirit stones. These superior-grade spirit stones were extremely rare and were usually only in the hands of a few sovereign families. The outside world could not see them at all. Lin Xian had 30 of them, which was already very shocking. There were also 13 half-Earth-rank treasures. Half-Earth-rank treasures were extremely precious weapons in the Tianwu continent. Every one of them could make countless supremacies go crazy. And now, Lin Xian had a total of 13 of them. Not only that, Lin Xian also had a total of 5 Earth-rank treasures that were even more precious than half-Earth-rank treasures. Even a 9th heaven supremacy would be envious of such a good item. There were also many spirit fruits and spirit herbs. It could be said to be extremely rich. Other than that, there were also countless metal materials. With these materials, Lin Xian would be able to refine a crimson lotus armor. In short, Lin Xian had obtained a lot of things this time. Next, he divided these things into 3 parts. One of them was for himself. These things were the essence of all the treasures. As for the rest, he left them for the people around him. These things were of no use to him, but to the cultivators around him, they were priceless treasures. The last part was for him to give to the academy. However, the things in his hands were far more than what the academy had. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to use the remaining to exchange for cultivation techniques. Of course, there was one more thing, and that was the dragon's blood that the dark red divine dragon had always wanted. Lin Xian had to exchange for this dragon's blood. This was his agreement with the dark red divine dragon. As for the cultivation technique, he needed it very much as well. This was because he had only obtained the star's sword technique in the remote sky secret realm. Apart from that, he did not obtain any other cultivation techniques. However, there were many cultivation techniques in the true spirit palace, and there were also some precious ones. Therefore, he only needed to use materials to exchange for them. After summoning Wang, Li, and the others, Lin Xian distributed the treasures to them. Older brother Xian, is this for us? The group of people looked at the treasures on the ground and trembled with excitement. That's right, this is for you guys, Lin Xian said. Take it and distribute it. let the brothers increase their cultivation and strength. Thank you, Brother Xian. The group of people was excited. These were all true treasures of the heavens and earth, which were very rare in the outside world. They did not expect Lin Xian to give them to them just like that. It seemed that the benefits of following Lin Xian were huge. All of a sudden, these people became even more loyal to Lin Xian. After doing all this, Lin Xian made another trip to the True Spirit Palace. After handing over the treasures set by the Academy, Lin Xian found the elder of the True Spirit Palace and told him the purpose of his visit. "Oh, you want exchange for the dragon blood and the earth rank cultivation technique?" The elder was also very surprised. One had to know that whether it was the dragon blood or the earth rank cultivation technique, they were both very precious, so their prices were also very high. Ordinary people would not be able to afford it. Even those who entered the remote sky secret realm would not dare to casually exchange for it. And now, Lin Xian wanted to exchange for both the cultivation technique and the dragon blood at the same time. It was too shocking. "Do you know the value of these things?" The elder of the True Spirit Palace asked in a deep voice. "Elder, don't worry. I just came back from the remote sky secret realm. I still have some treasures with me that are enough to exchange for them." Seeing Lin Xian's confident smile, the elder of the True Spirit Palace nodded and said with a smile, "It seems that you have gained a lot from this trip to the remote sky secret realm." "Senior, you flatter me. I was just lucky." When the surrounding disciples heard that Lin Xian wanted to exchange for the dragon blood and the earth rank cultivation technique, they were all shocked. This Lin Xian is too generous. Even De Guotian and Li Yunfei are not as rich as him. What do you know? He has entered the core area of the remote sky secret realm. He must have obtained a lot of good things. The core area? He has entered? How lucky! What do you mean by lucky? He has the courage. It is said that anyone can enter that place, but it is extremely dangerous. It can be said that there is only a slim chance of survival. A few days ago, the heavenly netherbird suddenly appeared. Do you know that it is that peerless beast? At that time, the demonic beast was also in the Dark Pine Hall. What? It is so dangerous! Many people exclaimed. It seemed that these treasures were indeed not easy to obtain. Now, everyone knew how dangerous it was for Lin Xian to obtain those treasures. As the crowd discussed, Lin Xian's expression did not change. He quickly followed the elders of the True Spirit Hall into the depths of the hall. There was a strong protective barrier that covered a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a palm-sized jade bowl. The jade bowl was crystal clear and incomparably verdant. It was actually carved from a high-grade spirit stone. Lin Xian knew how precious a high-grade spirit stone was, but he did not expect it to be carved into a jade bowl to contain the dragon blood. One could imagine how precious the dragon blood was. It was only because Lin Xian had entered the remote sky secret realm and obtained a large amount of treasures that he was qualified to exchange for it. If it were anyone else, they would not even dare to think about it. In the end, Lin Xian used 2 earth rank artifact fragments to exchange for the drop of dragon blood. The drop of dragon blood was the size of a fist and emitted a scarlet light. At the same time, Lin Xian could feel that it contained an extremely pure energy. If a martial artist consumed it, it would definitely strengthen their physique, blood, and martial Tao foundation. After all, in the eyes of the world, dragon blood was in existence, similar to a divine beast. However, Lin Xian did not want the dragon blood for himself, but to prepare it for the dark red divine dragon. Carefully keeping the dragon blood, Lin Xian followed the elders of the True Spirit Hall to another place. This place was where the cultivation techniques were stored. In the sky, there were many jade slips floating, emitting a misty light. Beside them was a huge wall that was carved with the names and introductions of countless cultivation techniques. On this wall, the worst cultivation technique was a peak spirit rank cultivation technique. Other than that, There was a large amount of half-earth rank cultivation techniques, and even a few earth rank cultivation techniques. Looking at the wall full of cultivation techniques, Lin Xian took a deep breath. As expected of the immortal martial academy, one of the top forces in the continent, there were so many precious cultivation techniques. There were also many earth rank cultivation techniques that were incomparably expensive in the outside world. This was probably the foundation of a king's faction. Moreover, Lin Xian knew that what he saw was definitely only the tip of the iceberg. It seemed that the king's faction was much stronger than he had imagined. Thinking that he would have to fight against half of the palace of Ares in the future, Lin Xian felt extremely heavy. Chapter 1241. Lin Xian skipped over the top spiritual level techniques and half-earth level techniques, and locked his eyes on the earth-level techniques. In the end, he chose 2 techniques: Void Shattering Finger and 9 Changes in the Firmament. Void Shattering Finger was a type of finger technique with terrifying power. When practiced to great success, it could penetrate all defenses, even the sky. 9 Changes in the Firmament was a powerful ability. When practiced to great success, it could evolve 9 ancient beasts to fight against enemies. It could be said to be ever-changing and extremely useful. Lin Xian was very satisfied with these 2 techniques, so without any hesitation, he spent a large amount of natural treasures to exchange for them. The elder of the True Spirit Palace waved his hand, and immediately 2 jade slips turned into rainbows in the void above and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian did not hesitate either. With a wave of his hand, he directly put the 2 jade slips into his storage ring. Then he left the True Spirit Palace. In the following days, Lin Xian began to practice Void Shattering Finger and 9 Changes in the Firmament. These 2 techniques were both earth-level techniques with great power, but they were also extremely difficult to practice. Fortunately, Lin Xian had experience in practicing earth-level techniques, so it was twice the result with half the effort. Among them, Void Shattering Finger required a special mental cultivation method to store spiritual power and use it at a critical moment. This spiritual power would be transformed into void, shattering qi, and stored in Lin Xian's fingers. When it was time to use it, it would be used instantly. In theory, all 10 fingers could store void shattering qi. However, this could only be achieved by the perfection stage. Lin Xian could only store it in 1 finger now. As for 9 changes in the firmament, it was 9 different seals. Each seal corresponded to an ancient beast. The 9 seals corresponded to 9 ancient beasts. Once they were used, their power could be said to be unparalleled. These 9 seals were Qiongqi, Tianpeng, Dijiang, 9-headed snakelet, Zhuyan, white tiger, Hanwu, Huafeng, and Songlong. Each of them was extremely terrifying. During this period, Lin Xian had been in seclusion to practice these 2 techniques and had made some progress. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The heavenly netherbird had indeed caused some trouble in the martial sky continent. In the end, it had angered a king, resulting in a huge battle. However, the heavenly netherbird's condition wasn't good. It was often suppressed by the astral chains. Therefore, he did not gain any advantage in this battle. Very quickly, the news of the heavenly netherbird's defeat spread throughout the Tianwu continent. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the news. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned. He knew that this wasn't the heavenly netherbird's true strength. It was only because of the star chain that it was defeated. However, this was good news for him. At the very least, he wouldn't be attacked by the heaven netherbird for a while. For a time, the various major forces also removed their defenses. And today, on one of the battlegrounds of the immortal martial academy, an extremely intense battle was about to take place. The 2 sides of the battle were Dugu Outyan and Li Yunfei, whom everyone was extremely familiar with. At that moment, Li Yunfei's aura was extremely powerful. He had also broken through to the 7th heavenly layer of the exalted realm. I didn't expect you to break through to the 7th heavenly layer so quickly. However, you're still not my match, said Duguoutian. Whether I'm your match or not, we'll only know after we fight. Li Yunfei was confident and calm. In the next moment, he waved his palm and quickly attacked Duguoutian. Palm shadows appeared one after another, descending from the sky and slamming down, instantly enveloping Duguoutian. A terrifying power flowed as if it wanted to suppress Duguoutian. Duguoutian also let out a long roar and quickly raised his sword to meet the attack. An extremely dazzling light burst out from the longsword. A sword chi was like a rainbow as it quickly slashed towards the huge palm of light. The two of them exchanged blows. The momentum was extremely terrifying. After 50 moves, Li Yunfei was defeated. I lost. Li Yunfei retracted his hand. He wasn't very disappointed. Your improvement exceeded my expectations. If I hadn't entered the 7th heavenly layer in advance, the outcome of this battle would have been unknown. Duguoutian said as he sheathed his sword, no matter what, you're still the first on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. First? Duguoutian shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. We'll only know after we fight. You mean Lin Xian? Li Yunfei's expression turned serious. Indeed, he has entered the core area of the secret territory. I think his improvement this time will be even greater. I just don't know who's better this time. Great. I also want to fight with him. Why don't we go together? Sure. Then the two of them rose from the ground and flew towards the courtyard where Lin Xian was. At the same time, in the punishment hall of the Immortal Martial Academy, Meng Tian took a deep breath and strode out of the hall. At this moment, a voice sounded. Junior Meng, where are you going? A handsome young man asked. Senior Zhua, you're back. Meng Tian smiled. How was it? Did the mission go smoothly? It was all right. Although there were some hiccups along the way, it was completed successfully. The handsome young man, Zhuo Donglai, smiled and asked again, Where are you going? Why do you look so serious? I'm going to fight with someone, Meng Tian said. Oh, who is it? Why are you taking it so seriously? Could it be the boss? How could it be the boss? Since I lost to him in one punch, I don't dare to challenge him again. Meng Tian smiled bitterly and said, It's a junior brother. Oh, junior brother, could it be Duguoutian? Why? Has he improved so much in the remote sky, secret territory that he can fight with you? Zhuo Donglai was puzzled. No, it's someone called Lin Xian. Lin Xian? I've heard of him. He's quite famous recently. However, he doesn't seem to have the strength to fight with you. After all, there's a big age gap between the two of you. Zhuo Donglai was surprised. However, Meng Tian shook his head. Senior Zhua, you haven't seen him before. You don't know that he's very mysterious. When he was in the remote sky secret territory, he was able to fight against the 11th young master of the Shen family with his 6th sky venerable cultivation. Now that he had advanced to the 7th sky venerable realm, he should be even stronger. Oh, you're saying that Lin Xian can also fight against peerless geniuses. This was quite interesting. Zhuo Donglai was also interested. I didn't expect our academy to have such a magical disciple. I must take a look. All right, let's go together. Meng Tian nodded and then set off with Zhuo Donglai. In the courtyard, many people had gathered. Wan Li and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were very excited. Brother Xian, thanks to the heavenly treasures you gave us, our cultivation has improved greatly in the past 2 months. He was very excited because this time he had directly advanced to the 6th sky venerable realm. It could be said that he had improved at a godly speed. In addition, Dong Fangxiong had also advanced to the 6th sky venerable realm. The other strength had also increased greatly. Many of them had reached the 5th sky venerable realm, although they could not be compared to Duguoutian, Li Yunfei, and the others, increasing their cultivation by 1 or 2 levels in just 2 months would shock everyone. Chapter 1242. The group of people looked at Lin Xian gratefully. Without the treasures that Lin Xian had given them, they would not have been able to improve their cultivation so much in such a short time. Brother Xian, we will never forget your kindness. As long as there's anything you need us to do, just say the word. We'll do anything. The group of people swore their loyalty. Lin Xian waved his hand. Don't be like this. We're all brothers. Of course, we'll share our blessings. As long as you don't betray me or the Dragon Sword Pavilion, we'll be brothers for life. As Lin Xian was speaking, 2 ear-piercing sounds came from afar. Soon, 2 figures landed on the ground like lightning. It's them. When Wang Li and the others saw that it was Dugu Outyan and Li Yunfei, they immediately became nervous. After all, they were the top geniuses in the academy. Why are you 2 here? Lin Xian was also very surprised. Nothing. We just wanted to spar with you. Dugu Outyan did not beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Immediately, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. He realized that the other party's cultivation had become stronger. On the other side, Li Yunfei's cultivation had also reached the 7th level of the Honorable Realm. It seemed that their cultivation had increased again. No wonder they wanted to spar with him. All right, it's time to change the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Lin Xian stood up. He was still ranked 3rd on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, but his strength had already surpassed Dugu Outyan and the others. Now he could use this opportunity to advance to 1st place. Junior Brother Meng, it seems that you're late. Someone made a move before you. At that moment, another voice was heard. 2 more figures descended from the sky. They were 2 young men. One of them was Meng Tian, and the other was a handsome young man who was standing with a smile. Greetings, Senior Brother Meng Tian, the group shouted. Meng Tian nodded, then pointed at the young man beside him and said, This is Zhuo Donglai, Senior Brother Zhuo. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhuo. The crowd shouted, then they were shocked. Could this be the genius who was ranked 2nd on the previous Mystic Sovereign leaderboard? They were shocked. They didn't expect that not only had Meng Tian come, but he had also brought someone even more powerful. Zhuo Donglai had been ranked 2nd on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. He had stayed in the punishment hall after graduation. Furthermore, he was even more powerful. He had reached the 8th heavenly layer of Exalted a long time ago. It could be said that he was even more powerful than them. No one expected that such a powerful person would actually come here. Senior brothers, why are you here? Lin Xian asked. It's nothing. I just want to spar with you. Senior Brother Zhuo is just here to watch the show. Meng Tian explained his intentions. What? Sparring with older Brother Xian again? Everyone was stunned. If Dugu Outyan and Li Yunfei were here to spar, it would be normal. After all, everyone's strength was about the same. They would have to compete to see who was 1st on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, Meng Tian and Zhuo Donglai were different. After all, the 2 of them had graduated and were no longer disciples of the college. They would not compete with Lin Xian for the sake of ranking on the Mystic Honorable Board. Furthermore, the 2 of them were both 8th heavenly layer exalted. They could be said to be incomparably powerful. Even the older generation would admit that they were not as powerful as them. Although Lin Xian and Dugu Outyan were peerless geniuses, they were still young and were only 7th heavenly layer exalted. They were no match for them at all. Of course, Wang Li and the rest did not know Lin Xian's current strength. They also did not know about Lin Xian's performance in Pine Palace. That was why they were so confused. Although Meng Tian and the rest had entered the remote sky secret realm, they were basically in another area and were not with Lin Xian. Therefore, they were not very clear about Lin Xian's combat strength. Therefore, these people did not know about Lin Xian's true strength. Furthermore, They did not think that Lin Xian had the combat strength of an 8th heavenly layer exalted. After all, the further one progressed, the harder it was to fight someone of a higher level. However, Lin Xian smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, please wait for a moment, Senior Brother Meng. Let's spar after Dugu and I are done." "All right." Meng Tian nodded and retreated to the side. Zhuo Donglai was also very interested. In his opinion, Dugu Outyen and Lin Xian's strength were about the same. It should be a fierce battle between the two of them. This way, he could observe more clearly what was so special about Lin Xian. Seeing this, Li Yunfei and the other disciples of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion also retreated to the side to give them enough space. Everyone held their breaths and waited patiently. The disciples of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion were also excited. After all, both of them were top geniuses. This kind of battle was not common. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Dugu Outyen drew his sword and quickly circulated his spiritual energy. Suddenly, the long sword shone brightly. Dugu 9 swords. The moment he attacked, it was an extremely fierce killing move. 9 rays of sword qi shot out like rainbows. The long sword slashed across the void. At the side, Zhuo Donglai smiled and said, "Dugu Outyen is very cautious. He used his ultimate skill right from the start." "Good. Let's see what Lin Xian is going to do." Meng Tian nodded slightly. Dugu Outyen's sword was not bad. It already had an invincible aura. Not many 7th level honorables could take it. Wang Li and the others were also shocked. They had heard of the Dugu 9 swords. It was Dugu Outyen's famous ultimate skill. He was a very powerful killer. They did not expect him to use it right from the start. At that moment, they could not help but worry about Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian looked calm. There was not a trace of nervousness. His palm moved and quickly formed a strange seal. Then he slowly pressed it forward. Buzz! Strong winds blew, and the void trembled. Endless spiritual energy formed a huge body and roared in all directions. It was a ferocious beast. It looked like a cow, but its body was full of spikes. Its whole body emitted a powerful aura. As soon as the ferocious beast appeared, it created a terrifying aura and rushed toward the 9 rays of sword qi. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Even Meng Tian and Zhuo Donglai were surprised. If I'm not wrong, this should be the 9 changes of the firmament from the True Spirit Palace. This should be the Qiong Qi transformation, Meng Tian said. I didn't expect him to exchange for the 9 changes of the firmament. Yes, not only did he exchange it, but he also cultivated it. Look at how powerful the Qiong Qi shadow is. I'm afraid a 7th level honorable will not be able to resist it. Zhuo Donglai was also very surprised. He did not expect Lin Xian to have mastered the 9 changes of the firmament. What a magical kid. Looks like Dugu Outyen is going to be unlucky. As expected, the huge Qiong Qi in the sky flew past and immediately blasted the 9 rays of sword qi away. Then, it quickly rushed toward Dugu Outyen. Dugu Outyen's pupils shrank. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a strange technique. It could actually break his Dugu 9 swords in an instant. This surprised him. However, he was after all a top genius. Although he missed, he would not be defeated. Chapter 1243. Telepathic Sword Technique. After witnessing Lin Xian's strength, Dugu Outyen did not hesitate and executed a powerful sword technique. This was also an Earth-grade sword technique that he had exchanged from the True Spirit Palace. It was called the Telepathic Sword Technique. The power of this sword technique was boundless. Although he had just obtained it and had yet to reach the small success stage, the power of an Earth-grade sword technique was not to be underestimated. As expected, the moment the telepathic sword technique was executed, sword light filled the sky and quickly blocked Qiong Qi. Seeing this scene, Dugu Outyen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Lin Xian exclaimed softly, He did not expect Dugu Outyan to have an earth-grade sword technique. However, he did not care. In the next moment, his hand seals slowly changed and he shouted in a low voice, "Cheong-chi transformation, sky-shaking roar." Following his hand seals, the huge phantom of Cheong-chi in the void above also moved quickly. Although it was an illusion, the 9 celestial transformations was incomparably mysterious. The Cheong-chi that was executed at this moment was like a real, peerless beast. It roared towards the sky as if it was executing a supreme skill. As expected, in the next moment, the spiritual energy in the sky shook and a materialized sound wave quickly surged forward. This sound wave was blue like the sea. It was incomparably terrifying and contained a terrifying power. If one was hit by this sound wave, even an 8th level venerable would not be able to withstand it. This sound wave was too terrifying, so even if Dugu Outyan had the telepathic sword technique, he could not resist it. The sword light that filled the sky disappeared and Dugu Outyan kept retreating. Fortunately, this was just an ordinary spar, and Lin Xian did not kill him, so Dugu Outyan was not injured. However, the blood in his body was also surging, and he could not mobilize his spiritual energy for a short period of time. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. 2 moves, just 2 moves, and Dugu Outyan was defeated. That was Dugu Outyan. He was the top genius among the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy, but he was defeated just like that. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in shock. Impossible! How is this possible? This brat's strength has increased to such a level. At the side, Li Yunfei was panicking. Before he came, he was still guessing whether Lin Xian or Dugu Outyan would win, because, in his opinion, the battle between the 2 of them would definitely be a battle between a dragon and a tiger, and it would be difficult to determine the victor. However, he did not expect that the situation would be one-sided. In 2 moves, Dugu Outyan was defeated. He found it hard to believe for a moment. The surrounding disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were even more excited. They clenched their fists, and their faces were filled with ecstasy. Older brother Xian defeated Dugu Outyan in 2 moves. It can't be. This is too shocking, isn't it? Is older brother Xian already so powerful? Older brother Xian is mighty and domineering. The group was excited. In the distance, Meng Tian and Zhuo Donglai were also shocked. They had not expected such a thing to happen. His improvement was indeed godly. Meng Tian's voice was grave. Zhuo Donglai was shocked. No wonder you thought so highly of this little boy. He was so mysterious, and his fighting abilities were so strong. His battle prowess was probably close to that of the 8th heavenly layer venerable realm. The 2 of them quickly conversed, and their understanding of Lin Xian increased once again. On the stage, Dugu Outyan was struggling to stabilize the blood in his body. Until now, his mind was still blank. This was because he could not accept the current situation. 2 moves, only 2 moves. He was still full of confidence and thought that he would be able to defeat Lin Xian. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would defeat him in 2 moves. Thinking of this, his body started to tremble. In the end, he sighed and said with a desolate expression, "I lost. Thank you for letting me win." Lin Xian said indifferently, but his heart was filled with ecstasy. The 9 changes of the firmament was indeed powerful. He had only used the first change, the Cheong-chi transformation, and defeated Dugu Outyan in 2 moves. This was really out of his expectations. At the same time, in the Immortal Martial Academy, the rankings on the black stone tablet changed again. Lin Xian, who was originally ranked 3rd, suddenly shone brightly like the sun. He rose quickly and finally jumped to the 1st position. His name also turned purplish gold. Dugu Outyan, who was originally ranked 1st, dropped to 2nd place. After him, Li Yunfei and the others dropped 1 place. Big news, shocking news. Look, there are changes on the Mystic Sovereign ranking. Countless disciples went crazy. Isn't it normal for there to be changes? After all, Many experts have improved a lot in the remote sky secret realm. No, it's Lin Xian and Dugo Outyan. Lin Xian's name has jumped to first place. What? You mean Dugo Outyan lost? Everyone was shocked. Although they did not see the battle between Lin Xian and Dugo Outyan with their own eyes, the change in the names had already explained the result. That was Dugo Outyan. He had always been the top genius in the academy and was an existence that countless people looked up to. However, he had been defeated. Moreover, he was not defeated by his strong opponent, Li Yunfei, but by a new student who had just entered the academy for a year. He had successfully reached first place on the Mystic Sovereign ranking after just 1 year of entering the academy. This result had never happened before. It could be said that Lin Xian had created a miracle. It can't be. Didn't Dugo Outyan's strength increase greatly after entering the remote sky secret realm? Yeah, I remember that he has already reached the 7th heaven honorable realm. Could it be that he can't defeat Lin Xian with such strength? Oh my god, Lin Xian is too scary. How old is he? He's only 20 years old, but he's already a 7th heaven honorable realm. Moreover, his combat strength is so strong. I'm afraid his future is limitless. On this day, the entire Immortal Martial Academy went crazy. However, they did not know that something even crazier was about to happen in Lin Xian's courtyard. Dugo Outyan had already recovered from his initial shock. He looked disappointed and retreated to the side. That was because there was still one more battle. Senior Brother Meng, please. Meng Tian nodded. Then his figure flashed and he entered the arena. In the next moment, the aura in his body exploded. Junior Brother Lin, let me see how much you've grown. Meng Tian's voice was steady. Then, the aura of an 8th heaven honorable realm exploded. When they felt the aura, everyone's body stiffened. The aura was too terrifying. Even Dugo Outyan and Li Yunfei could not withstand it. There were only 2 people who were not affected. They were Zhuo Donglai and Lin Xian. Zhuo Donglai was an 8th heaven honorable realm. His strength was above Meng Tian's. Therefore, he was not affected at all. However, the other person caused everyone to be extremely shocked. That was Lin Xian. Although he was only a 7th heaven honorable realm cultivator, he was not afraid of the aura of an 8th heaven honorable realm cultivator. This kid is indeed strange. He can actually ignore the aura of an 8th heaven honorable realm cultivator. Zhuo Donglai squinted his eyes. Meng Tian let out a low roar and quickly attacked. 8 extreme divine fist. Meng Tian's hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a divine demon as his battle intent soared. Chapter 1244. 8 divine fist. Meng Tian's hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a divine demon as his battle intent soared. As soon as he attacked, he displayed a powerful fist technique. Suddenly, the entire space shook as if it would collapse at any time. Looking at the terrifying scene, Lin Xian quickly formed a seal with his palms. Then, Qi's figure appeared in the sky again. The huge figure was as majestic as a mountain. Its aura was majestic and terrifying. Qi walked forward step by step. Every step it took caused the space to tremble. It quickly charged toward the fist shadows that filled the sky. The 2 of them exchanged blows. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the terrifying fluctuation was only limited to Lin Xian's courtyard. Outside the courtyard, it was abnormally quiet, as expected of a peerless expert. His technique was indeed heaven-defying. In the next moment, Lin Xian's palms changed. Qi in the sky also let out a deafening roar. Qi transformation, sky-shaking roar. The blue sound wave was like a vast ocean that surged out. It was this move that had defeated Dugo Outyan. Now, Lin Xian was using the same move against Meng Tian. At that moment, everyone was extremely nervous. In the face of the terrifying sky-shaking roar, Meng Tian let out a long roar. The The fist technique in his hand shone even brighter. When he threw out a punch, the wind blew in all directions. The powerful fist force carried terrifying energy as it resisted the blue sound wave. After all, he was a level 8 expert. He could be said to be extremely powerful. Therefore, he resisted the sound wave that Qiongqi released. Not only that, Meng Tian continued to throw punches and finally shattered all the sound waves. Then he charged toward Lin Xian in an extremely violent manner. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a level 8 honorable realm expert, he was indeed terrifying. However, Lin Xian looked calm. He put away the 9 changes of the firmament seal. Then he bent his finger and flicked it forward. Void shattering finger! A ray of finger light shot out like a dragon. The ray of light was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it disappeared in the sky. The crowd could not see its trajectory at all. They could only see the endless space shattering rapidly. What? Seeing this, Zhuo Donglai stopped smiling. His expression became extremely solemn. The surrounding disciples were even more shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a terrifying technique. The finger beam was like a dragon as it moved swiftly. In an instant, it collided with the countless fist shadows and pierced through them. Not only that, but it also quickly ran toward Meng Tian. Seeing his fist technique being penetrated, Meng Tian's pupils shrank as a great sense of crisis rose in his heart. It was as if a single ray of light could take his life. Not good, retreat. Meng Tian's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he retreated in an attempt to evade the attack. However, this finger light was too strange. It followed him like a shadow and caught up to him in an instant. With a cold snort, Meng Tian's spiritual energy surged and quickly condensed into an armor. After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was because he was wearing a half-earth rank armor, and this light was emitted by that armor. The power of a half-earth rank artifact was boundless. Moreover, his spiritual energy was abundant, so he should be able to withstand this finger light. At the next moment, a shocking vibration was heard. Following that, Meng Tian kept retreating, and his face became extremely pale. The shadow of the armor in front of him was penetrated, and the finger light hit him directly. Fortunately, he was still wearing the half-earth rank armor, so it was not immediately penetrated. Even so, the enormous power still forced him to retreat. Moreover, he sensed in horror that the half-earth rank armor on his body seemed to be unable to withstand it. Meng Tian gritted his teeth and quickly activated the armor to resist it. Fortunately, the armor on his body resisted the finger light in the end. After doing all this, he was completely drenched. Although he had only exchanged 2 moves, it was as if he had gone through a very difficult battle. Is this his power? Meng Tian's heart pounded wildly. He realized that he had no hope of winning against Lin Xian. In particular, the last move almost took his life. The surrounding disciples were even more shocked, and their minds went blank. 2 moves again. Meng Tian lost. This was too shocking. One had to know that Meng Tian was not De Guoyin, but a powerhouse from the previous generation. Now he was a peerless powerhouse in the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Even so, he was still defeated by Lin Xian. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts trembled. De Guoyin and Li Yunfei's faces were even paler. They realized that Lin Xian's strength was far more powerful than they had imagined. It was laughable that the 2 of them wanted to compete with Lin Xian. Damn it! What kind of technique was that finger light? It's so terrifying. Li Yunfei's body was still trembling. De Guoyin also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He realized that he could not understand Lin Xian at all. Void shattering finger. You've even learned the void shattering finger. On the side, Zhuo Donglai was shocked. He was too shocked. Originally, he was just curious about Lin Xian and wanted to see what was so special about this mysterious young man. But now he was completely stunned. Meng Tian was too powerful. He was not weaker than an eighth heaven venerable. Moreover, he had mastered 2 earth rank martial arts. Moreover, they were 2 extremely powerful earth rank martial arts. The 9 changes of the firmament and the void-shattering finger were 2 famous martial arts techniques in the True Spirit Palace. They were extremely powerful, but they were very difficult to learn. Looking at Lin Xian's appearance, it seemed that he had only exchanged for them after the Hidden Sky secret realm. It had only been 2 months, but he had already cultivated 2 earth rank martial arts to such an extent. It was too shocking. This guy's talent is too strong. Zhuo Donglai was shocked. No one could cultivate 2 earth rank martial arts in just 2 months and have some success in both. Junior brother Meng, it seems like you didn't lose this battle unjustly. Hearing Zhuo Donglai's words, Meng Tian felt much better. He knew that Zhuo Donglai was stronger than him and had a unique vision. Since Zhuo Donglai had said so, it seemed like Lin Xian's strength was beyond his imagination. He could not judge him by his cultivation level. Lin Xian was also very happy. He had wanted to test out the power of the void-shattering finger, but he did not expect it to be so effective. He had defeated Meng Tian with 1 move. This was only the result of 2 months of cultivation. If he continued to cultivate, the power of the void-shattering finger would be even stronger in the future. When he used the void-shattering finger, he might be able to kill an 8th heaven venerable. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was very excited. This was really a powerful weapon. However, the only regret he had was that he could only use the void-shattering finger once. After that, he would have to accumulate more power. That was the void-shattering finger. You didn't lose unjustly. Zhuo Donglai looked at Meng Tian and said in a low voice, "The void-shattering finger is very powerful. It is said that when it is cultivated to perfection, it can destroy everything. Luckily, this guy has only cultivated it for 2 months. Otherwise, you would have been seriously injured today." Hearing Zhuo Donglai's words, Meng Tian was scared. Chapter 1245. Zhuo Donglai shook his head. Based on his current strength, there shouldn't be a problem. But I don't think he's that weak. So, if we really fight, I don't have the confidence to win. If you want to have complete confidence, I'm afraid only boss can do it. What? He's so strong. Meng Tian was shocked. He didn't expect that even Zhuo Donglai didn't have complete confidence. After that, everyone left with complicated emotions. Zhuo Donglai and Meng Tian invited Lin Xian to join the punishment hall after graduation. Dugu Outyan and Li Yunfei looked at Lin Xian with respect. The other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were extremely excited because Lin Xian was their boss. The stronger Lin Xian was, the stronger they would be. Soon, the news of Lin Xian and Meng Tian's battle spread throughout the Immortal Martial Academy. Suddenly, the entire academy was in an uproar. It was extremely lively. No one expected Lin Xian to be so strong. Even the elders were surprised. Hearing this, Dean Xian's eyes flickered. Then he said in a low voice, "It seems like it's time to let him know the truth." After Meng Tian and Dugu Outyan left, Lin Xian's courtyard returned to its peaceful state. However, a few days later, a strange cry broke the silence. The voice was arrogant, like a peerless demon. However, Lin Xian smiled when he heard it, because he knew that it was the voice of the dark red dragon. It should be awake now. Previously, the dark red dragon had refined the blood essence of the heavenly netherbird. It had been cultivating for more than 2 months. Now, it seemed like it had finally succeeded. Indeed, in the next moment, a red figure flew out from Lin Xian's demonic beast pouch. Then it roared towards the sky and rushed towards the clouds. Its body had already expanded to 100 feet long. The entire Immortal Martial Academy heard the dragon's roar. Instantly, everyone was excited and started searching for it. That's the roar of a dragon. In the Immortal Martial Academy, the elders were all excited. Each of them emitted a powerful light and rushed towards the sky. Even Headmaster Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Like two sharp swords, they pierced through the void and stared upwards. It couldn't be helped. They were simply too shocked. One had to know that dragons were mysterious existences. Although they had a drop of dragon blood in the true spirit palace, they had paid a great price to obtain it, and there was only one drop in total. Thus, how could they not be shocked when they heard the dragons roar? Lin Xian also looked at the sky in surprise. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon was 300 meters long and looked extraordinarily mighty. Not only that, but its body was also filled with an enormous pressure. Eighth Heaven Venerable Realm. Who would have thought that a drop of the heavenly netherbird's essence blood would allow the dark red godly dragon to recover from the fifth firmament of the martial saint realm to the eighth firmament of the martial saint realm? This was undoubtedly a huge improvement. It seemed that the dark red divine dragon was also very excited. He roared at the sky again, and his voice spread in all directions. This directly alarmed the elders of the Immortal Martial Academy. They all extended their perception outwards. There were even people who took action to search for the mystical dragon. Ruffian Long, hurry up and come down. Otherwise, you'll be captured and refined into medicine. Lin Xian hurriedly transmitted his voice. Although the eighth firmament of the martial saint realm was powerful, it wasn't invincible. One had to know that the Immortal Martial Academy was a king faction. There were definitely ninth firmament of the martial saint realm, half-step kings, and even king realm existences. If those people were to make a move, the dark red divine dragon would definitely be captured. Don't worry, kid. They won't be able to capture me. The dark red divine dragon laughed weirdly again. Then his body kept shrinking. Finally, he turned into a bolt of lightning and landed in Lin Xian's courtyard. Strange, the dragon's roar disappeared? Damn it, I didn't notice it. The group of elders of the Immortal Martial Academy were very angry. They were so close, they could have seen the legendary dragons. If someone were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked because there were no lack of eighth firmament venerables among the elders. There were even a few ninth firmament venerables. They were all extremely powerful existences. However, these people were very disappointed because they had missed the mystical dragon. On the other hand, Din Xian narrowed his eyes with a suspicious look. This was because he only saw a blurry figure and didn't see the real dragons. However, as a king, his strength was extraordinary. Therefore, he saw the illusory figure land in the Immortal Martial Academy. Moreover, the direction it landed in seemed to be where Lin Xian was. Could the dragons be related to that kid? Din Xian was shocked. In the courtyard, Lin Xian looked at the dark red divine dragon and rolled his eyes. You made such a big commotion the moment you came out. Aren't you afraid of being caught? I'm not afraid. Even a king might not be able to catch me now. The dark red divine dragon was very confident. Hearing this, Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. Then he took out a crystal ball from his storage ring and threw it to the dark red divine dragon. This is for you. See if you like it. What's this? Kid, you prepared a gift for me? The dark red divine dragon was puzzled. Then he received the crystal ball. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. His body started trembling slightly. This is dragon's blood. You exchanged it for dragon's blood. Ha ha ha, that's great. With this dragon's blood, I can recover my strength again. The dark red divine dragon was like an old monster as he roared towards the sky. This time it was too good. First, he had the heavenly netherbird's blood essence. Now he had the dragon's blood. It wouldn't take long for him to recover his true strength. At that time, he would be like the heavenly netherbird, causing the entire Tianwu continent to tremble. However, Lin Xian said, "Don't go into seclusion first. Help me set up a formation. I want to absorb the source of the black flame in the feather." Lin Xian had a heavenly netherbird feather in his hand. It contained the origin flame. He had long wanted to absorb it, but he was afraid that it would attract the attention of the heavenly netherbird. If that happened, the entire immortal martial academy would be in trouble. Now, with the dark red divine dragon, he could set up a formation to prevent the black flame's chi from leaking out. This way, even the heavenly netherbird wouldn't be able to find it. "Don't worry, leave it to me," the dark red divine dragon said. Then he started to set up the formation. Now that he had recovered his strength, the speed at which he set up the formation had increased. In just one day, he had set up an ancient formation that covered Lin Xian's entire courtyard. With the dark red divine dragon's formation, Lin Xian was completely at ease. Then he took out the origin silk feather and prepared to cultivate. The feather was as long as a chopstick. It was completely black, like a black jade. On top of it, there was a ball of black flame that burned fiercely. It was like the fire of hell. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. In the next moment, he activated his spiritual energy and began to absorb it. Chapter 1246. Finally, a few days later, a few old men arrived at the Immortal Martial Academy. They were all experts, so their arrival didn't attract the attention of the ordinary disciples. Other than Din Xian, no one knew that there were experts from the War God Palace. This time, there were a total of more than 10 people. All of them were old men with white hair. Some of them were even holding crutches. These people had powerful auras. The weakest was at the 8th heaven, and some were at the 9th heaven. I'm sure everyone knows the reason why I called you all here. Din Xian said in a deep voice, "You're saying that the young master has grown to the point where he can take charge and we can meet." The group of old men were excited. To be honest, his growth has surprised me. He's no weaker than an 8th heaven reverend now. Din Xian said slowly, "What? The young master's strength has grown so fast?" The group of old men were shocked. "Quick, let me see the young master." They were too excited because they knew of Lin Xian's existence. However, Lin Xian's cultivation was too weak at that time. In order to protect Lin Xian from being hunted down, they didn't meet him immediately. Instead, they let Lin Xian enter the Immortal Martial Academy. Now, Lin Xian had just entered the academy for a year, and he was already able to fight against an 8th heaven reverend. This was beyond their expectations. One must know that even a peerless genius wouldn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Therefore, the group of old men wanted to see Lin Xian immediately. "Everyone, don't panic. That kid is now in seclusion. I'm afraid you won't be able to see him for a few days." Din Xian explained. "What? The young master is in seclusion again? He's really hardworking. No wonder he can improve so much in such a short time." "Din Xian, don't worry. We won't disturb the young master. We'll just watch him from afar." These old men couldn't hold it in any more. All right. Din Xian knew that these old men were anxious. Moreover, he believed that these old men wouldn't do anything to harm Lin Xian. Instantly, the group of people flew towards Lin Xian's courtyard. The speed of these people was simply shocking. With a step, they had already appeared on the horizon. Therefore, it didn't take long for them to arrive above Lin Xian's courtyard. "Let me see if young master looks the same as the portrait." A red-robed elder was excited. "Nonsense. Of course young master looks the same as in the painting. If not, what else could he look like?" At the side, an old man in a green robe retorted. "Old 8, what do you know? Of course, young master was much more handsome than in the portrait. If you don't even know this, what are you doing here?" The red-robed old man snorted coldly. Everyone was already used to these two old fellows, so no one tried to stop them when they quarreled. The other elders all looked down, but soon they cried out in alarm. There's actually a protective formation. The Institute of Heavenly Arts has been looking for you. You are protecting our young master so carefully." The group of old men looked at Headmaster Xian gratefully. "But since we're all here, let's open the formation." Dean Xian shook her head slightly. I think you are mistaken. I didn't set up this array formation. You didn't set it up? Could it be that young master set it up himself? As expected of young master, he is indeed cautious. Forget it. I'll do it myself and break the formation. The old men finally couldn't take it anymore and were ready to do it themselves. But soon they were shocked again, because they realized that they couldn't break the formation at all. What a strange formation. I can't break it. The red-robed old man was shocked. Go away. Watch me. The green-robed old man snorted and quickly made his move. However, he frowned. This isn't an ordinary formation. It seems to be an ancient formation. Young master is indeed extraordinary. He actually knows such an ancient formation. Many old men tried to break it, but they couldn't. Of course, they could use their powerful battle prowess to forcefully blast it open. However, doing so would definitely alarm Lin Xian, who was below. So, they could only wait patiently. Forget it. For young master's safety, let's wait patiently. The red-robed old man sighed, then sat cross-legged in the void. When the other old men saw that, they also waited quietly. Even the Xian courtyard didn't leave. The group of people stayed above Lin Xian's courtyard and stayed there for 7 days. After 7 days, a scorching aura suddenly came from below. It was like a heat wave that quickly surged into the sky. Immediately, the old men above all opened their eyes. What a terrifying fire attribute energy! Could it be that young master is a fire attribute martial artist? You don't say. This fire attribute is really pure. I'm afraid it's rare in the world. They were all experts, so they could sense the fire attribute energy in the air with just a little bit of perception. Immediately, they laughed because Lin Xian was their young master. The more powerful Lin Xian was, the happier they would be. In the courtyard, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and suddenly opened his eyes. 2 balls of black flames burned in his eyes. It was very strange. The next moment, he turned his gaze and looked at a rockery in front of him. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. A ball of black flames quickly surged out and instantly pounced on the rockery in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the rockery was burned clean, leaving only a ball of black flames dancing. Not only that, the black flames seemed to be inextinguishable. They stayed there for a long time and showed no signs of weakening. In the end, Lin Xian waved his hand and collected the black flames on the ground. The flames in Lin Xian's eyes were the flame martial soul that he had condensed. Furthermore, the black flames came from the heavenly netherbird's body. Its power was terrifying. Now that Lin Xian had unleashed it, its effect was no weaker than the heavenly netherbird's. This made him very happy. With the black flame martial soul, his strength had increased by a lot. He believed that if he faced Meng Tian now, he would only need a glance to set his opponent's body ablaze. Furthermore, the flames could not be extinguished. Ordinary 8th level honorables would not be able to resist such means. However, he quickly frowned and looked up into the sky. This was because he could sense that there were dozens of powerful auras above him with his soul power. These auras were very strong. The weakest one was an 8th level honorable. There was even a king's aura. This caused him to be extremely shocked. With so many experts above him, it seemed that there was something important going on. However, he was not too worried. This was because he could sense that the king's aura should belong to Dean Xian. Presumably, these people would not pose any threat to him. Therefore, Lin Xian asked the dark red divine dragon to remove the array. Then he said in a deep voice, "Seniors, please come in." Above him, Dean Xian and the elders of the Palace of Gods of War were waiting patiently. Suddenly, they realized that the array below them had been opened. Furthermore, a voice entered their ears. "Seniors, please come in." Chapter 1247. Dean Xian smiled faintly as she turned around. In the courtyard, a gust of wind blew and more than 10 elders appeared. These people had powerful auras and strength. Their eyes were especially dazzling. Moreover, they were all staring at Lin Xian, being stared at by so many powerful elders. Even Lin Xian couldn't help but feel scared. However, those elders didn't care. They all ran forward and hugged Lin Xian as they burst into tears. "Young lord, we finally meet you." "That's great. We have hope now. Young lord, you must lead us to take back the palace of Ares." The group of elders was excited. When Lin Xian heard these words, he was also shocked. At this moment, he realized that these powerful elders were all from the palace of Ares. Of course, they should be on his father's side and not on the vice palace master's side. "Seniors, let's talk nicely. Don't be so agitated. Young lord, don't call us seniors anymore. You're making us feel bad." The group of elders quickly shook their heads. The red-robed elders said, "We're all elders of the palace of Ares. I'm the 7th, this is the 8th, 11th, 12th, and 14th. The red-robed elder introduced. Lin Xian then realized that these were all elders of the palace of Ares. They were all core elders. "All right, elders, don't cry anymore. Tell me about the situation in the palace of gods of war first. And how is my father?" Lin Xian asked. "The situation of the palace of Ares isn't optimistic. Overall, we're at a disadvantage and completely suppressed. But don't worry, young lord. Although we're suppressed, they can't destroy us. Moreover, now that you're back, I believe that you'll be able to lead us to take back the palace of Ares soon. As for the palace master, he's still in seclusion. Don't worry, the vice palace master and those people can't hurt him at all." Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard the 7th elder's words. Overall, the situation on their side was not good. It was very bad. But as long as the vice palace master didn't become a true king, they wouldn't lose. "Looks like I have to hurry up. What can we do to turn the tables and defeat them?" Lin Xian asked. The 7th elder thought for a moment and said, "There are two main aspects. First, resources. As long as we have more resources than them, we can slow down the vice palace master's breakthrough. As long as he doesn't break through and become a true king, we still have a chance of winning. Secondly, allies. Now, the Palace of Gods of War has many powerful allies. Among them, the Shen family of the King family also supports them. But luckily, we have immortal martial arts on our side, so it can be considered a draw. However, the clans below are far inferior to them." Lin Xian nodded. He finally understood. "How about this, 7th elder? You go back and take charge of the situation. I'll do my best to conquer the entire Blood Realm as soon as possible. I think it will definitely be of great help in terms of resources. Subdue the Blood Realm." Hearing this, the 7th elder and the others were shocked. Even the headmaster Xian was surprised. Although this idea is good, the Blood Realm isn't so easy to conquer. In the past few hundred years, the Blood Realm hasn't been truly unified. Yes, young master, the Blood Realm is too chaotic. The forces inside are too complicated. Not only that, the Vice Palace Master has already intervened in the Blood Realm. Among them, Wu Zun and young Master Ling Feng are in the Blood Realm. I'm afraid they're in charge of more than half of the Blood Realm. Indeed, the Blood Realm was a very special place in the Sky Martial Continent. It was very chaotic, so it wasn't truly unified. However, the resources inside were very rich. So many forces were fighting here. But the biggest force was still Wu Zun and young Master Ling Feng's faction. Don't worry, since I said so. I'll definitely be able to do it. Lin Xian's gaze was firm. Don't worry. After all, there's still our Immortal Martial Academy here. With us here, Lin Xian won't be harmed. At this moment, the headmaster, Xian, also spoke. All right, then we'll leave behind a few elders to assist young master. The 7th elder and the others discussed and finally agreed. In the end, they left behind the 9th elder and the 10th elder, while the rest returned to take charge of the situation. Young master, what should we do next? The ninth elder asked. After all, subduing the blood realm wasn't a simple matter, and they didn't have much time left. I still have some cultivators under me. Many of them are disciples of the immortal martial academy, and some of them are from other small forces. Although it's not much, it's enough for now. How about this, ninth elder? You go to the immortal martial auction and take charge of the situation. You have to make sure that the immortal martial auction's reputation is completely spread. 10th elder, I'll give you some cultivators. You guys quickly go and gather the scattered forces and increase our strength. The 10th elder nodded, but the ninth elder was somewhat puzzled. Young master, are we going to manage the auction? Although the profits from the auction were very high, the cycle was too long, and if there weren't any treasures up for auction, the reputation of the immortal martial auction would quickly decline. Lin Xian didn't explain this point. Instead, he took out 2 pill recipes from his storage ring. The ninth elder and the 10th elder had a look of suspicion, but when they received the pill recipes and saw the contents, they were both stunned. Then, the 2 of them were extremely shocked. Longevity pill, not old-time tea. This was exactly what was recorded in the 2 pill recipes. Of course, this longevity pill didn't really mean immortality, but it was a type of pill that increased one's lifespan. This pill was useful for all cultivators, and even kings could take it. Moreover, depending on the effect, it could increase one's lifespan by 30 to 100 years. Don't underestimate this lifespan. Although it wasn't much for normal cultivators, for those elders who were about to die, it was a life-saving straw. Not to mention 30 years, even if it was just an extra year. These people would still fight over it. One had to know that there was only hope if one was alive. Maybe one day they would break through, and once they died, there would be nothing left. Therefore, no matter if you were an ordinary person or a top king, lifespan would always be something that everyone pursued. And now, Lin Xian actually had a pill that could increase one's lifespan. This was too shocking. Not old-time tea's effect was similar. It didn't directly increase one's lifespan, but it slowed down one's aging in another way. This kind of thing also made people go crazy. One had to know that when those elders reached their old age, their qi and blood would be depleted, and their strength would decline. It was impossible for them to reach their peak. Chapter 1248. This was the reason why the blood qi in his body had withered. However, the immortal tea could alleviate this situation. At least, it would prevent his cultivation from dropping too much in his later years. If he took it for a long time, it could even stabilize his cultivation. Moreover, it had the effect of maintaining one's appearance. This was especially important for female martial artists. Women were born to be beautiful. Other than longevity, they also pursued beauty. This was not old-time tea. It could achieve this. Hence, if these 2 items were taken out, it would definitely shock the entire Tianwu continent. At that time, countless people would go crazy over them. Young master, is this true? The 9th elder and the 9th elder were shocked. No wonder the young master was so confident. With these 2 miraculous elixirs, he could definitely amass a large amount of wealth. Not only wealth, but also relationships. After all, the elixirs that could increase one's lifespan were extremely precious. There would not be many of them. At that time, it would not be something that could be bought with money. Lin Xian had found these 2 items in the inheritance of King Danyu. However, the herbs needed to refine these 2 items were extremely precious and rare. They were probably extinct in the outside world. However, Lin Xian had obtained the herbs to refine these elixirs in the remote sky mystery land. Hence, he thought of these 2 elixirs. Even King Danyu might not have refined the longevity elixir back then. This was because it was too precious. Young master, although these elixirs are rare and precious, others might not believe it. The 9th elder voiced out his worries. Indeed, elixirs that could increase one's lifespan were too shocking. Those martial artists might not believe it so easily. With regards to this, Lin Xian nodded and agreed. However, he had already thought of a solution. Hence, he asked, "Are there any big forces in Tianmu continent that are having special activities recently? For example, birthday banquets and such?" The ninth elder thought for a while and said, "Young master, now that you have reminded me, there are indeed two. One is the current Zhuang Zhu of Deity Sword Villa. He is celebrating his 1000th birthday. Deity Sword Villa was a top 6th rank sect. Its strength was only slightly weaker than the sovereign families. It could be said that it was very powerful. Now that Zhuang Zhu of Deity Sword Villa was celebrating his birthday, he would probably invite the entire Tianmu continent." "Deity Sword Villa," Lin Xian muttered, then narrowed his eyes. "When exactly is this birthday banquet?" 2 months later." "All right, I understand." Lin Xian nodded. He did not know Zhuang Zhu from the Deity Sword Villa, but he had seen the Sword Venerable from the Deity Sword Villa before. Moreover, he had a certain understanding of the other party's character, because last time in the remote sky secret realm, everyone was fighting over the blue wind sword, but that sword sovereign did not make a move against him. It could be imagined that the other party's character was trustworthy. "Sword sovereign, I've prepared a big gift for you," Lin Xian said with a smile. Then he asked, "Anything else?" "Yes, there's another one. It's the Shun family." "The Shun family?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "That's right, it's the Qin family," the ninth elder said. 1 month later, a little princess of the Qin family will celebrate her birthday. This is also a grand occasion in the Sky Martial Continent. At that time, all the young talents of the various sects will definitely gather at the Morong family. "I've never heard of the Chun family's little princess," Lin Xian asked. He knew that the Morong family had a little princess, and that was Morong Qingqing. However, he really did not know about the Chun family's little princess. But thinking about it, she shouldn't be too bad. Actually, young master does not need to be surprised. Not many people know about this. I'm afraid that only those top powers and families know about it. Why is that? Logically speaking, the other party was the Chen family's little princess. She should not be any worse than Morong Qingqing. Such a person was definitely an outstanding talent of the younger generation in the Sky Martial Continent. But the ninth elder's meaning was that not many people knew about it. Actually, this Qin family's little princess is also a pitiful person. The ninth elder said slowly, she was indeed a stunning person in the past. Furthermore, she was extremely beautiful. She was not any worse than Morong Qingqing. Lin Xian nodded. However, this made him even more puzzled. Since she was such a person, why did they hide her? Could it be that the Chun family has some other motive? It's not that the Chun family intentionally hid her. It's just that something happened in between. 3 years ago, the Chun family's little princess left the Sky Martial Continent on a long journey. When she returned, she coincidentally encountered the awakening of her bloodline. However, during the process, something went wrong and she suffered a backlash from her bloodline. As a result, she was burned. Her meridians were damaged. On the outside, her skin and appearance were burned. It was rumored that the Chun family also had an extremely powerful bloodline. Furthermore, the little princess bloodline at that time was even more powerful. Even the Chun family's king could not do anything about it. Therefore, that year, the Chun family's little princess lost her cultivation and her appearance was destroyed. After that, although she survived, she lost all hope. Gradually, there was no news of her in the Sky Martial Continent. This time, it was her 20th birthday. Presumably, the Morong family wanted to use this opportunity to form a marriage alliance with another family. Marriage alliance? Her entire body was burned. How could she form a marriage alliance? Lin Xian frowned. Although she was burned, her status is still there. After all, she is a direct descendant of the Qin family. I'm afraid there will be many warriors coming to propose marriage. After all, to be able to form a relationship with the Chen family is everyone's dream. Sigh. She's also a pitiful person. Lin Xian sighed. What's the name of the Chen family's little princess? Oh, I know this. She's called Xinjingqiu. Ninth elder said. What did you say her name was? Lin Xian jumped up. Xinjingqiu. Ninth elder was puzzled. Could it be that young master knows her? Lin Xian was stunned. A scene appeared in his mind. It was in an underground palace, and a beautiful young woman said to him, Lin Xian, you must come to the Sky Martial Continent to find me. In the end, the young woman only left behind a crescent-shaped pendant and then left. After that, Lin Xian came to the Sky Martial Continent, but there was no news of Xinjingqiu. The Sky Martial Continent was too vast. It was extremely difficult to find a person. Lin Xian thought that he would never see her again in this life, but he did not expect to hear news of her now. So she was actually the Qin family's little princess. So the reason why there was no news of her all these years was because something happened to her. The Qin family had probably sealed off all news of Xinjingqiu. No wonder he did not hear anything. Jingqiu, I won't let anything happen to you. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Shen Jingqiu had met with such a miserable fate that even a king could not do anything about it. It could be said that there was no hope of recovery in this life. But it was different now. Lin Xian knew about this matter, and he also had the old-time tea in his hands. With this miraculous spiritual tea, he believed that it could completely heal Shen Jingqiu's injuries. Chapter 1249. He went into seclusion to refine the longevity pill and everlasting old-time tea. With Lin Xian's current strength, refining 8th grade pills was no problem at all. If he used the 1,000-beast cauldron, he could even refine 9th grade pills. The longevity pill was very special. Its grade was not fixed and could fluctuate. The lowest grade was an 8th grade pill, and the highest grade could even surpass 9th grade pills and reach the level of divine medicine. According to the grade, the lifespan of the longevity pill was different. Lin Xian could now refine 8th grade pills that could increase lifespan by 30 years or 9th grade pills that could increase lifespan by 50 years. After thinking about it, Lin Xian finally refined an 8th grade pill that could increase lifespan by 30 years. The spiritual herbs needed to refine these pills were extremely precious and could not be found in the outside world. Lin Xian did not have many of them either. It could be said that the more he used, the less he would have. Therefore, he only took a little of them and planted the rest in the mysterious space of the small sword in his body. Since the purple thunder bamboo could be planted there, other spiritual herbs could be planted there as well. Lin Xian tried it and found that the spiritual herbs that he used to refine the longevity pill could all grow here. This made him completely relieved. This way, he did not have to worry about the spiritual herbs, because the spiritual energy in this mysterious space was abundant and the growth speed was much faster than the outside world. He could quickly obtain rich spiritual herbs. Not only that, Lin Xian also planted an immortal tea tree inside. The immortal tea did not need to be refined. It only needed to be plucked from the leaves of the immortal tea tree to make tea. However, the leaves were very rare. The one in Lin Xian's hand only had 30 leaves. He did not eat the longevity pill, but he drank the immortal tea. He found that the effects were surprisingly good. The leaves of the immortal tea tree were too few now. If there were more leaves in the future, he could give these to his friends. Long-term consumption could definitely strengthen one's martial arts foundation and even preserve one's youth. Lin Xian was refining pills and cultivating spiritual herbs in preparation for the birthday banquet of the Shen family's little princess. Not only him, but the other families were also preparing because they knew that this was not a simple birthday banquet. Behind this banquet, there was also the purpose of marriage. Although the little princess of the Shen family was disfigured, she was still a direct descendant of the Shen family. Moreover, her father held great power in the family. Therefore, to be able to marry such a woman was extremely good for every family. At the very least, he would be able to climb up the Shun family's tree and even become a core member of the Shin family. Therefore, although those young disciples were unwilling, the elders of the family tried their best to matchmake them. Shuiyu Wuji Palace. This was a very famous building in the Blood Realm because its owner was a martial saint. Wu Zun's strength was extraordinary, and he had reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, he had a noble status. As the son of the Vice Palace Lord of the War God Technique, it could be said that he was second only to one person. At this moment, he was sitting in the main hall, quietly listening to the reports from his subordinates. Beside him stood a handsome young man. However, this young man's face was as cold as ice, without a trace of expression. This person was the famous young Master Ling Feng of the Sky Martial Continent. He was also the son of a martial saint and the grandson of the Vice Palace Lord. At this moment, he said coldly, although the little princess of the Shin family is disfigured, she is still very useful. Therefore, this time, we must obtain the marriage alliance. Young Master is right. At the side, a few martial saints in armor also responded. Previously, we had some conflicts with the Shen family in the remote Sky Secret Realm, which caused our relationship to break. If we can marry the little princess of the Shen family this time, we will definitely be able to mend the cracks from before and even improve our relationship. At that time, with the full support of the Shin family, I think we can easily take down the War God Palace. Yes. Above, the martial saint on the throne nodded slightly after hearing this. Then he asked again, "By the way, you said that Lin Zhan's son has appeared and his strength is not bad." Indeed, he has appeared and defeated Yanfeng and Duan Tianqing. This boy's speed of growth has indeed exceeded our expectations. We must kill him as soon as possible to prevent him from causing trouble. The martial saint frowned slightly. Yes, but that boy should be well protected now. I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill him in a short period of time. That's true. Since they know the boy's identity, they must be prepared. The martial saint tapped lightly on the void with his finger. Instantly, a sonorous sound was heard, and the entire space seemed to be frozen. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall became heavy. No one dared to say a word, and everyone lowered their heads, respectfully. At this moment, the handsome and cold young Master Ling Feng spoke. "He's just a boy. Father, you don't have to worry about him. Just leave it to me." "All right, I'll leave the matter of the youngsters to you." The martial saint nodded. He was very confident in his son. After all, the title of young Master Ling Feng was not for nothing. As for the marriage alliance candidate, let the 5th brother go. Yes, I will inform the 5th young master now. In fact, not only the War God Palace, the Morong family, Merry Woods, Divine Bird Palace, Deity Sword Villa, and other major forces all chose their outstanding disciples to participate in the banquet. This time, they must obtain the marriage alliance. Immortal Martial Academy. This place was extremely peaceful. There were no fluctuations because of the birthday banquet of the little princess of the Shin clan. This was because the Immortal Martial Academy was an independent power and did not participate in the struggles of other powers. Its responsibility was to cultivate and nurture talented disciples. Of course, Lin Xian's matter was an exception. This was because Lin Xian's father, Lin Zhan, had helped the Immortal Martial Academy in the past. This was why the dean of the Immortal Martial Academy was willing to help Lin Xian. In the courtyard, the 10th elder's figure appeared, holding an invitation card in his hand. "Young master, the invitation card is in our hands. We can set off now." "Oh, I know." Lin Xian took in a deep breath. This time, he must save Xinjingqiu. This time, Lin Xian only brought Yufei with him. Wang, Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the rest stayed in the Immortal Martial Academy and the auction. The Crimson Divine Dragon went into seclusion to refine the dragon blood, but it was just a banquet. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could definitely handle it. As for the 9th elder and 10th elder, they hid in the shadows and followed silently. As long as Lin Xian's life was not in danger, they would not show themselves. Let's go. Lin Xian summoned the golden feathered divine eagle and set off. Naturally, young Master Ling Feng's men found out about his actions. Instantly, the news reached young Master Ling Feng. Chapter 1250. Humph, he's just a piece of trash, and he wants to attend the Shun family's banquet. He's courting death. Young Master Ling Feng snorted. In his opinion, Lin Xian must be thinking of marrying into the Shen family to obtain a powerful assistant. However, young Master Ling Feng would not allow such a thing to happen. Go find a few people and make a move on the way. Cripple that brat for me. Don't kill him. I want him alive. Bring him here. Young Master Ling Feng's voice was cold and emotionless. Yes, I'll arrange it now. Instantly, a martial artist who was like a shadow said respectfully, Wait, young master, please instruct me. Hearing young Master Ling Feng's words, the martial artist who wanted to leave immediately stopped in his tracks. That kid is not weak now. Send some eighth heaven reverends. Forget it. Let's send a message to the Skynet organization and ask them to send some people to bring that kid here. Yes, I'll do it now. Instantly, the martial artist left quickly. However, young Master Ling Feng's eyes flashed and his lips curled into a smile. So what if those people know your identity? I'll send the strongest assassin organization to kill you. I don't believe you can escape. Offend me? I'll let you know what hell is. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not existing in this world. Because the Palace of Gods of War only has one young master, and that's me. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Lin Xian had completely left the Immortal Martial Academy's territory. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the golden-feathered divine eagle and cultivating silently. Beside him, Yu Fei used his spiritual energy to create a spiritual energy palace for Lin Xian to use. Not bad. You've improved a lot recently. Looking at the spiritual energy palace, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Hee, actually I have to thank you, Brother Xian. If it wasn't for the treasures you gave me, I wouldn't have the strength I have now. Yu Fei was very grateful. His strength had already reached the sixth heaven reverend realm. Moreover, his martial soul was very special. It was the shadow martial soul, which was good at sensing and spying. It could be said that it was very suitable for intelligence work. Lin Xian nodded, but didn't say anything else. Instead, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. He had the most heavenly treasures in his hands, so he would not waste any time cultivating. At the same time, there were 4 figures behind him. They were moving swiftly in the void like ghosts. It has already been a day. Now that he has completely left the territory of the Immortal Martial Academy, we can make our move now. All right, be careful later. Don't kill that brat. Just cripple him. Don't worry, big brother. We are professionals. Capturing a brat at the 7th heavenly layer is not a problem. The 4 of them were extremely confident as they sped up. In front of him, the golden feather divine eagle spread its wings and soared. Its speed was fast and steady. But all of a sudden, Lin Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. At the side, Yu Fei also frowned with a solemn expression. Older brother Xian, there seems to be a situation. My shadow martial spirit has sensed that something is wrong with the surrounding aura. Lin Xian was quite surprised by the shadow martial soul's effects. He didn't expect it to be able to sense such minute changes. One should know that even a demonic beast like the golden feather divine eagle didn't sense any danger. There is indeed danger. Be careful later and protect yourself. There's no need to attack. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Yes, Yu Fei knew Lin Xian's strength. He was someone who could even defeat Meng Tian and the others. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be a match for him at all. However, he had still underestimated this sneak attack. In front, back, left, and right, the space suddenly split open. for long swords flickered with cold light as they pierced towards Lin Xian's head and heart. This sneak attack was too sudden. As a result, the 4 long swords were less than 10 feet away from Lin Xian. Moreover, this attack was extremely fierce and contained the powerful aura of an 8th heavenly layer venerable. 8th heavenly layer venerable. 4 8th heavenly layer venerables. In an instant, Yu Fei's expression changed drastically. He knew that there was a change in the situation and that someone was here to sneak an attack. However, he didn't expect the other party to be 4 8th heavenly layer venerables. One should know that they were 8th heavenly layer venerables. They were peerless powerhouses in the eyes of the world. Yet now there were 4 of them. Furthermore, they were charging toward Lin Xian together. This was a sure death situation. Brother Xian, be careful! Yu Fei roared crazily and was about to stand up to block an attack. In fact, the 9th elder and the 10th elder, who were hiding in the dark, looked extremely solemn. Both of them couldn't help but attack. However, Lin Xian said coldly, "No need, I'll do it myself." Hearing that, the 9th elder and the 10th elder froze. They hesitated for a moment, but did not attack in the end. In the next moment, a large hand of spiritual energy pressed down on Yu Fei and formed a spiritual energy shield to protect him. On the other hand, a powerful energy burst out from Lin Xian's body and quickly formed 4 huge fists that blasted in all directions. The 2 fists in front and behind flickered with purple and white lightning and were extremely violent. The 2 fists on the left and right were pitch black. Black flames danced on them with a strange aura. The 4 fists appeared together and quickly blasted towards the 4 long swords that were piercing towards them. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard as violent energy exploded. The 4 fists were extremely terrifying and instantly forced the 4 long swords back. After the earth-shattering sound, the 4 figures retreated pathetically. They slid a few hundred feet in the air before coming to a stop. They were 4 black-clothed men. Their bodies were shrouded in black fog and were extremely strange. However, their killing intent was extremely monstrous. Although their faces couldn't be seen clearly, their faces were filled with shock. He blocked it? How is that possible? Impossible. How did this kid do it? They were so shocked that they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The other party had actually forced all 4 of them back in an instant. How was that possible? One had to know that they were 8th level supremacies and top assassins. Therefore, they were extremely strange and no one could investigate them. When the 4 of them joined forces, they could already kill a top figure among 8th level supremacies, let alone a mere 7th level supremacies. However, they had failed. Damn it, everyone be careful. This kid is too strange. The leader was a middle-aged man. Originally, he didn't care about this mission at all because the other party was only a 7th level supremacies. In his opinion, the other party had only angered young Master Lingfeng and sent them to assassinate him. However, he now realized that he was very wrong. This wasn't an ordinary 7th level supremacies. It seemed that this mission wouldn't be completed so easily. Chapter 1251. Even the 9th elder and the 10th elder, who were hiding in the dark, were shocked. It seems that we have underestimated the young master. That's right. Isn't his strength a little too terrifying? Is he really only a 7th level venerable? Forget it. The young master is too mysterious. We can't see through him. What we can do is to support him as much as we can. The 2 of them shook their heads and stopped talking. However, their expressions showed that they were very excited. Lin Xian's strength had exceeded their expectations. This made them even more confident that Lin Xian could lead them to take back the palace of gods of gods. In front of them, Lin Xian stood up slowly after punching the 4 assassins. Then he looked at the 4 of them coldly. Any last words? Leave them, Lin Xian said coldly. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you forced us to retreat? The middle-aged man snorted as his killing intent soared. Then the 4 assassins soared into the sky and attacked Lin Xian again. Stubborn. Since that's the case, go to hell. Lin Xian snorted. He stomped his foot and flew out like a bolt of lightning. Humph, he's just a 7th heaven honorable. Does he really think he can fight against us? The middle-aged man snorted and shouted, attack with all your might. Just leave him with a breath. The remaining 3 assassins responded. Then a violent aura exploded from their bodies as they unleashed their martial souls. The leftmost assassin's martial soul was a crimson bat. It was attached to his long sword, and he quickly stabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, swung his fist and threw a punch. A layer of black flames covered his fist. Boom! In the next moment, the black fist landed on the assassin in black. Immediately, the long sword in the assassin's hand burned together with his arm. Then it exploded. Ah! The assassin screamed and quickly retreated. He wanted to seek protection from his companions. As expected, the other 3 assassins changed their direction and charged at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was faster. Another punch blasted out, directly blasting the injured assassin into pieces. The sky was filled with a bloody mist, and the pungent smell of blood stimulated everyone's nerves. Everyone was stunned. 8th level venerable. That was a genuine 8th level venerable. He was actually blasted apart by 2 punches. The scene was simply too shocking. Damn it, I must kill him. The remaining 3 assassins went berserk and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. This time, the 3 of them moved together, determined to take down Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was as cold as ice. Above his fist, a black flame burned fiercely. It was like the fire of hell, strange and cold. Whoosh! Lin Xian used the void spirit illusory demon step. His speed was extremely terrifying, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Competing in speed? How can you possibly be a match for us? The 3 assassins sneered disdainfully. He quickly turned his body. Fight against it. However, in the next moment, one of them let out a terrified scream. What? How can you keep up with me? The assassin was too terrified. One had to know that as assassins and 8th level venerables, their speed could be said to be extremely fast. Not many people of the same level could keep up with them. However, the young man in front of them had a lower cultivation level, but his speed was faster than theirs. They could not accept that at all. However, Lin Xian did not answer at all. He only raised his palm and slammed it downwards. His palm was covered in black flames like a flaming demonic mountain, and it instantly enveloped the assassin. Bang! The assassin could not dodge at all and was smashed into a bloody pulp. In just an instant, another 8th level assassin was killed. Shocking! It was really too shocking. For a moment, the entire scene was extremely silent. In the void, there were only black flames crackling and burning. The expressions of the remaining 2 assassins finally changed. They realized that Lin Xian did not kill their companion by luck, but by actual strength. Although he was only a 7th level venerable, his combat power had already surpassed theirs. Thinking of this, their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, the information is wrong. Retreat quickly. We must inform young Master Ling Feng. The middle-aged man transmitted his voice, and then the 2 of them turned around and fled into the distance. Facing Lin Xian, they did not dare to fight at all. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Lin Xian sneered, but he did not chase after them. Instead, he stood in the void with his hands behind his back. Then a ball of black flames appeared in his eyes and quickly surged out like clouds. In front, the 2 assassins in black fled quickly, and they were overjoyed when they sensed that Lin Xian did not chase after them. That's great, he didn't chase after them. As long as they can escape this calamity, We must report to young Master Ling Feng when we return and send out stronger assassins." However, not long after the two of them flew out, one of the assassins in black suddenly screamed. Countless black flames inexplicably rose from his body, burning fiercely. "Damn it, get lost!" The assassin in black had a pained expression as he quickly circulated his spiritual power to form a strong defense to resist. At the same time, a wave formed around him in an attempt to extinguish the black flames. However, it was completely useless. In just an instant, the defense on his body was burned, and his entire body turned into ashes in the black smoke. In the end, nothing was left. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged assassin who wanted to escape was stunned. His muscles stiffened, and he was extremely terrified. He did not dare to escape at all. How could he escape? The other party had killed his companion in an instant with just a look. Such terrifying strength could only make him feel despair. Who exactly are you? Are you a human or a ghost? This is impossible. How can you have such powerful strength? In the end, the surviving middle-aged assassin was about to go crazy. Killing an 8th level supremacy with just a lift of his hand was probably something only a 9th level supremacy or above could do. However, the other party was only a 7th level supremacy. Not only him, but even the 9th elder and the 9th elder who were hiding in the void were stunned and could not believe it. Is this the young master's strength? He's really powerful. Previously, they were quite dissatisfied with Lin Xian's order because they felt that the young master was a little arrogant. However, now it seemed that it was not the case at all, because those 4 assassins were nothing in Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The green robe on his body fluttered in the wind. His eyes were extremely deep, and there were flames flashing in them from time to time. He did not answer the middle-aged assassin's question. Instead, he said slowly, "You didn't run, which means that you're still very smart. Speak. Tell me everything you know, and I'll give you a quick death. You want to get information from me? Don't even think about it." The middle-aged assassin's expression was ferocious. The black fog on his body rolled, making him look extremely sinister. Chapter 1252. His speed was so fast that he was at the peak of the 8th Heaven Venerable Realm. No one of the same cultivation level would be able to catch up to him. It seemed that the middle-aged assassin had used a secret technique to escape. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. 2 balls of black flames surged out of his eyes and instantly flew into the sky. Then the 2 balls of flames rapidly enlarged in the void and burned all over the sky. Finally, they formed a cage made of black flames and instantly enveloped the middle-aged assassin. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shaking roar sounded, and a black cage floated in the void, trapping the middle-aged assassin. Lin Xian took a step forward and instantly arrived outside the cage. "Even if you kill me, you won't get any information." The middle-aged assassin gritted his teeth, his voice filled with determination. As an assassin, his life was not the most important thing. Keeping secrets was the most important thing. Lin Xian did not ask any more questions. With a thought, a black flaming hand appeared from the black cage and grabbed the middle-aged assassin's head. In the next moment, Lin Xian flipped his palm, and a small black cauldron appeared in his palm. Beast Slave Seal. The black light flickered and instantly disappeared between the middle-aged assassin's brows. Soon, the middle-aged assassin gave up resisting and floated in the void like a puppet. Lin Xian did not kill him. Instead, he planted a beast slave seal on him and made him a complete slave. The flames in the sky disappeared and returned to Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian also put his hands behind his back and had no intention of attacking again. At this moment, there were no obstacles around the middle-aged assassin, but he did not escape. Not only that, but the black fog around his body also dissipated, revealing his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man with a thin face. He wore a set of black soft armor with tiny needles on it. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Xian and shouted respectfully, "Greetings, master." Lin Xian nodded slightly. "Return to your organization and gather information for me. Remember, don't expose yourself and don't make Ling Feng suspicious." "Yes, I understand." The middle-aged man nodded with a respectful expression. If one looked carefully, they would find that her expression was normal. There were no signs of her being controlled at all. This was the power of the 10,000 beast cauldron. With Lin Xian's beast slave seal, no one below the king realm would be able to detect it. "All right, you can go." Lin Xian waved his hand. After that, the middle-aged assassin bowed respectfully again, and then his body turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared in the air. Seeing that the middle-aged assassin had left, Lin Xian's golden, feathered divine condors back. "All right, the trouble has been resolved. Let's go." Lin Xian sat down with his legs crossed. "Ah, okay." "Only then did Yu Fei recover from his shock?" He then asked with a puzzled expression. "Older brother Xian, are we really going to let that person go?" "Don't worry, he's my man now. Nothing will go wrong." Fei Fei nodded to Fei 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 to Lin Yu Fei nodded. Although he didn't understand, he believed in Lin Xian. In the next moment, he activated his spirit energy again and condensed it into a palace. Then he urged the golden feather divine condor to continue flying. Yu Fei didn't understand, but the 9th elder and the 10th elder who were hiding in the dark were shocked. Did the young master control that assassin just now? It should be. Judging from the assassin's respectful manner and his attitude towards the young master, he must have controlled him. Otherwise, the young master wouldn't have let him go. The 10th elder also took a deep breath. This kind of control technique is too terrifying. Even an 8th heaven, venerable realm martial artist couldn't resist at all. Don't think about it. The young master is too mysterious. We just need to loyally assist the young master. The 9th elder was indeed very excited. After seeing Lin Xian's methods, his confidence increased greatly. The group flew quickly towards the Shen family's palace. At the same time, the mysterious middle-aged man also returned to the Skynet organization. No one would have thought that the famous assassin of the Blood Realm would have an organization like this. It was a lively street with shops everywhere. The people who came and went were all ordinary people. Even if there were martial artists, they were all weak martial artists. Venerables were very rare. It could be said that this was a very ordinary town. However, the middle-aged assassin landed on the street. At this moment, the black soft armor on his body had disappeared and was replaced by ordinary clothes. Not only that, but he had also changed from a murderous god to an ordinary person. No one would think that he was an assassin of the Skynet organization. The middle-aged assassin, Falcon, entered a very ordinary shop at this moment. It was a tailor's shop. There were only a dim-sighted old man and a 15 or 16-year-old boy inside. When the two of them saw the middle-aged man, Falcon, walk in, they nodded slightly and no longer paid attention to him. Falcon also nodded slightly and quickly passed through the shop and came to the backyard. Soon he walked in front of a withered willow tree in the backyard. With a slap of his hand, a black hole appeared on the ground. Without any hesitation, Falcon leaped into the black hole. In the next moment, the black hole disappeared and the ground returned to normal. Falcon, who entered the black hole, seemed to have been teleported by a formation and arrived at an extremely mysterious place. This was the Skynet organization. "Falcon, didn't you go on a mission? Why are you back so soon?" Falcon, who was originally normal, became weak at this moment. Blood gushed out of his body as he crazily shouted. The mission failed. Hurry and inform young Master Ling Feng. Seeing Falcon on the verge of collapse, the surrounding assassins all panicked and rushed forward to save him. "Falcon, are you okay?" "He's seriously injured. Hurry and send him for treatment." The group of people did not suspect anything. They thought that the mission failed and Falcon was seriously injured. On the other hand, Falcon buried his face deep into the darkness, but the corners of his mouth revealed a strange smile. Half a month later, Lin Xian and his group arrived at the Windy Nation. This was also an extremely powerful nation in the Tianwu continent. The imperial family of the Windy Nation was also a top 6th grade sect. The headquarters of the Shen family was not in the Windy Nation, but Shen Lingchuan was here. Shen Lingchuan was the 9th son of the Shen family's patriarch and an elder with real power in the Shen family. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Venerable Realm, and he had many important resources in his hands. He could be said to be an important figure in the Shen family, and he was also Shen Jingqiu's father. This time, Shen Jingqiu's birthday banquet was held in the Windy Nation. After Lin Xian and his group arrived at the Windy Nation, they felt the festive atmosphere. In the sky, rare beasts flew, and on the ground, there were many chariots galloping. These rare beasts had powerful warriors sitting cross-legged on them. Obviously, these were warriors who had come from all over the Tianwu continent to attend the birthday banquet. Chapter 1253. Blue Ice City. The atmosphere in the city was very lively, and the people who came and went were all aristocrats. The 9th elder had already made all the necessary arrangements, so Lin Xian was given the best and most luxurious residence in the city as soon as he arrived. This was the power of the palace of gods of war, the power of a king family. Lin Xian and the rest stayed there temporarily, waiting for the banquet to start. During this time, Yu Fei didn't stay idle and started to gather information in the city. "Brother Xian, I'm almost done." Yu Fei sent the information to Lin Xian. Although there are many families here, there are only a few families that have hopes of marriage. Among them, Wu Zun has sent a young man called Duan Fei. It is said that he is the 5th young master of the Duan family. The Merry Forest has sent the 7th young master, and the Morong family has sent the 6th young master. The Divine Bird Palace has sent the 2nd saint. The Deity Sword Manor has sent the 3rd sword son. Hearing the report, Lin Xian nodded slightly. These families were probably the top families, and they had the most hope of marriage with the Shen family. The other families didn't have much hope, and these people didn't come here for marriage, but to find their own powers to strengthen their families. It could be said that this birthday banquet was basically an exchange between the major powers, an exchange between the younger generation. These people actually treated Jingqiu's birthday banquet as a business deal, and they even want marriage? How despicable! Lin Xian snorted. A bunch of trash. How can they be worthy of Jingqiu? Soon, the day of the birthday banquet arrived. Lin Xian brought Yu Fei, the 9th elder, and the rest out of the palace, and walked towards the Shen family's mansion. The road was bustling with people, and it was very lively. Along the way, the 9th elder muttered to Lin Xian, "Young master, we are not in a good situation now, so don't make enemies at the banquet." "I know." Lin Xian nodded helplessly. He knew that the Palace of Gods of War was not in a good situation now, and it was not good to make enemies. So he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke others, but if there was someone who dared to provoke him, then sorry. Just as they were talking, a low sound came from behind, like thunder, and the ground started to shake. Bang, 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 bang. It was as if the earth was about to split open. The surrounding warriors also turned their heads, and their expressions changed drastically. "Fuck, get out of the way. Berserk beast!" The group of people quickly retreated, opening up a path. It turned out that there was a huge golden lion running over from behind. It was an ancient beast. Its entire body was golden, as if it was made of gold. It was extraordinarily mighty. On the back of the golden lion sat a young man with an arrogant look on his face. Originally, there were many people on this road, so no one was riding on their mounts. However, the young man had no scruples as he led the golden lion on a rampage. There were even quite a few martial artists who were too slow and were sent flying by him. The golden lion roared in all directions, galloping like lightning. In the end, it actually charged towards Lin Xian and the others. Wherever he passed, countless strong wind blades were created. They were extremely sharp, cutting out terrifying cracks on the ground. Many of the wind blades even flew towards Lin Xian. Not good. Yu Fei's expression changed drastically. He could feel at least 10 wind blades flying towards him. Then his expression changed, and he looked extremely furious. The golden lion was abnormally powerful. It had reached the level of an 8-star demon general, which was equivalent to an 8-star supremacy, or even stronger. Such a demon beast was abnormally terrifying. Ordinary warriors would not dare to provoke it at all. Now, they were just walking peacefully, but the other party was causing trouble for them for no reason. Lin Xian's expression was normal. He had no intention of intervening because such a small matter did not require him to do anything. As expected, the 9th elder snorted coldly. A powerful aura surged from his body like an invisible hand and slapped towards the side. Instantly, the wind blades were slapped away. However, their expressions did not ease because the golden lion leaped and flew over their heads. It landed in front of them and blocked the entire street. When Yu Fei and the others saw the young man on the golden toilet paper, their expressions immediately darkened. Duan Fei, the 5th young master of the Duan family, was also the person sent by the martial supremacy to form a marriage alliance with the Shun family. Hearing Yu Fei's voice transmission, Lin Xian's expression also darkened. He did not expect to meet the other party here. However, before he could say anything, someone beside him roared angrily, "Who is it? How dare you commit murder on the street and injure the disciples of the Xinqing clan?" A burly man roared crazily. As it turned out, that stretch of wind blades earlier not only attacked Lin Xian, it also enveloped all the martial artists in the vicinity. Hence, many of them were injured now. The wind blades were not simple. They were sent out by the golden lion and could be said to be extremely terrifying. Hence, the ordinary warriors were all injured by the wind blades. Among them, many disciples of the Xinqing clan were also injured by the wind blades. Hence, the burly man was so angry. When the surrounding warriors heard the burly man's roar, they were also shocked. Xinqing clan, it's actually a 6th rank sect. I didn't expect it to be them. Looks like this is going to be troublesome. Yeah, Xinqing clan is a 6th rank sect, and they have the Xinqing 13 guardians. They are very powerful. Look at the burly man's aura. He's very powerful. I'm afraid he's one of the 13 guardians. It's possible. Things are going to get serious. That young man riding the golden lion is probably not simple. After all, not many forces dare to use an 8-star demon general as a mount. Yeah, he's at least a disciple of a 6th rank sect. Looks like there's going to be a show to watch this time. The crowd hid in the distance and discussed animatedly. However, at this moment, a disdainful voice sounded from behind. "Xinqing clan is nothing. How dare you provoke our young Master Duan? You must be tired of living." As he spoke, a group of people riding powerful demon beasts quickly came from behind and stopped beside the golden lion. Then these warriors all said respectfully to the young man on the golden lion, "5th young master, are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. How could a bunch of trash hurt me?" The young man looked arrogant and sneered disdainfully. The surrounding warriors were unusually angry. First, they were attacked for no reason, and now they were called trash. How could they not be angry? However, the other party's group was too big. They did not dare to fight back. However, the burly man from the Xinqing clan did not seem to have such concerns. His character was irritable to begin with. Moreover, he had just been attacked. Now that he was being humiliated, how could he endure it? "You're courting death. Who are you calling trash? Little bastard, believe it or not. I'll cut your head off and kick it like a ball." Although the burly man knew that the other party's identity was extraordinary, he could not hold it in any more. "How dare you?" You're courting death. Chapter 1254. You must be tired of living. Do you know who our young master is? How dare you speak so rudely? Kneel down and cut off your tongue. Then I can spare your life. If you offend us, your Shinshin clan will die a horrible death. On the Golden Lion, Duan Fei sneered. Did you hear that? Hurry up and do as I say. Are you waiting for your clan to be destroyed? Humph, how arrogant. I don't think you can destroy my Shinshin clan. The burly man snorted coldly. A powerful aura erupted from his body. The pressure of an eighth heaven supremacy enveloped the surroundings. Humph! You're only an eighth heaven supremacy. You're a peerless expert in the eyes of ordinary people, but you're nothing to us. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and accept your death. You're asking for death. The burly man from the Shinshin clan was furious. He had never been humiliated like that. Hence, he stomped his foot and charged forward like a wild beast. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Beside Duan Fei, an elder in gray robes exuded killing intent. However, Duan Fei waved his hand and stopped the elder in gray. Elder, there's no need for you to do it. Let me do it. I haven't exercised for a long time. Today I'll play with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Fei's figure flashed and flew forward like a ghost. In an instant, he arrived in front of the burly man. The burly man from the Shinshin clan was overjoyed. He didn't expect Duan Fei to be so bold as to fight him alone. This time, he would let Duan Fei know how powerful he was. Raging waves. The burly man threw out a punch. The terrifying fist force surged out like a wave. The power contained in the punch was extremely strong. A seventh heaven supremacy would probably be blown apart immediately. However, Duan Fei sneered. His body became extremely strange. In an instant, he dodged the fist shadows that filled the sky. At the same time, he stretched out his palm and slapped the burly man. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Then, the burly man from the Shinshin clan trembled and retreated. The fist shadows that filled the sky instantly disappeared. The burly man also retreated in a sorry state. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was a clear handprint on half of his face. What? How is that possible? He dodged it. Oh. Seeing this scene, everyone around was stunned. Originally, they were very dissatisfied with Duan Fei's group because the other party's attitude was too arrogant and actually insulted all of them. However, none of them dared to make a move. Fortunately, the big man from the Shinshin clan had made a move. Everyone was overjoyed, thinking that the burly man would be able to teach the other party a lesson. However, he had never imagined that the arrogant young man would be so powerful. With just one move, he had forced the big man from the Shinshin clan to retreat. Impossible! How could you break my fist technique? The muscular man from the Shinshin sect also had a look of disbelief on his face. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and charged forward again. However, Duan Fei only sneered in disdain. His body disappeared like a ghost, and the crisp sound of a slap rang out once again. The burly man was sent flying again, and a bright red palm print appeared on the left side of his face. I already told you that you're trash, but you didn't believe me. Duan Fei said disdainfully, Today I'll properly teach you how trash should speak. After saying that, his figure flashed again, and he quickly flew forward. Not good. Seeing Duan Fei's actions, the burly man from the Shinshin sect's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, he roared, Fleetfoot stride! Now he did not dare to fight against Duan Fei, because Duan Fei's strength far surpassed his. Therefore, he immediately used the Fleetfoot stride. Although the burly man had a huge body and was as steady as a mountain, when he used the Fleetfoot stride, his speed was extremely fast. Most people present could not even see his trajectory clearly. However, Duan Fei sneered, Competing with me in speed? You're really looking for death. He sneered. Then his expression became even more blurry, and the palm in his hand slapped down wildly. Slap, slap. A series of slaps rang out. The burly man kept retreating until he finally crashed into a wall. His entire face was completely swollen like a pig's head. Elder. The disciples of the Shinching sect were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. They screamed crazily, and the burly man was so angry that he went crazy. Disgrace. This was an absolute disgrace. Duan Fei was stronger than him. He could have won in one move, but Duan Fei did not do so. Instead, he kept slapping him. Not only was he slapping his face, but he was also slapping the Shinching sect's face. The surrounding people were also extremely shocked. They did not dare to speak. There was nothing they could do. Even an 8th Heaven Venerable was slapped repeatedly. They were no match for Duan Fei. How dare you insult the Shinching sect? I'll kill you. The disciples who were tracking Duan Fei's movements finally could not hold it in anymore. They charged forward as if they had gone crazy. Stop! Come back! The burly man roared crazily. He knew how powerful Duan Fei was. His disciples were no match for Duan Fei. If they charged forward now, they would undoubtedly die for nothing. However, the disciples did not stop at all as if they had gone crazy. Humph! A bunch of ants dare to behave atrociously in front of me. Duan Fei was very disdainful. He raised his finger, and several cold rays of light flew out like lightning. No. Seeing this, the burly man let out a cry of despair. The cold rays of light were so powerful that no one below the 8th Heaven Venerable realm could withstand them. The cold rays of light were like ice blades, emitting a shocking, murderous aura. As soon as the aura was released, everyone was shocked. Even the crazy disciples trembled and regained their senses. When they saw the cold rays of light flying towards them, their faces were filled with despair. However, they could not dodge them at all. Just as the disciples were about to die, the void trembled. An invisible hand seemed to form in the air and instantly slapped the cold rays of light away. What? He's not dead. Someone attacked him. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. The burly man from the Shinching sect also heaved a sigh of relief. However, Duan Fei's face darkened. Someone actually dared to attack him in front of him. He must have a death wish. In the next moment, his eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. You're courting death. How dare you attack me in front of me? Break your arms, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you and the people around you will all die. Hearing this, the martial artists around Lin Xian were terrified. Their eyes were filled with fear. However, Lin Xian did not care about him at all. Instead, he turned around and looked at the disciples from the Shinching sect. Are you all okay? Thank you for saving us. We're fine. The disciples looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. The burly man kept thanking him. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Seeing that Lin Xian ignored him, Duan Fei's face became extremely gloomy. He looked at the people from the Shinching sect and then revealed a sinister smile. Don't think that you can avoid this just because someone saved you. I'm not happy today, so all of you must die. Humph, I admit that you're powerful. However, the Shinching sect is not to be trifled with. If we really fight, I guarantee that you won't be able to gain any advantage. How dare you threaten us? Chapter 1255. How dare you threaten us? The guards beside Duan Fei sneered. Let me tell you, we are from the Palace of Ares, and our young master is the 5th young master of the Palace of Ares. Do you think that with our status we would be afraid of the Shinching sect? What a joke! What? The Palace of Ares? They are from the Palace of Ares. The surrounding crowd was shocked, but the warriors from the Shinching sect were in despair. The Shinching sect was indeed a powerful 6th grade sect and did not fear other factions. But they had no hope against the Palace of Ares. The Palace of Ares was a sovereign family. an existence above any other faction. No one expected that the arrogant young man before them was from the palace of Ares. Since when did the palace of Ares have such scum? Why didn't I know? At that moment, Lin Xian spoke. Scum, like you shouldn't tarnish the reputation of the palace of Ares. We don't have trash like you. What did you say? Say it again. Duan Fei was enraged. I'm not from the palace of Ares. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The surrounding guards sneered. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Kid, I think your head was kicked by a donkey. How dare you say that we're not from the palace of Ares? What a joke. Open your dog eyes and see what this is. A few of the guards retracted the light on their bodies, revealing black armor. On the armor, there was a blade and a sword that crossed each other. It was the totem of the palace of Ares. That's the symbol of the palace of Ares. They really are from the palace of Ares. Originally, the crowd was still doubtful when they heard Lin Xian's words. However, when they saw the symbol on Duan Fei and the others, their faces were filled with despair. No one dared to impersonate the symbol of the palace of Ares. However, the ninth elder snorted. How dare you talk back to the young master? Slap them. Young master? What? The guards beside Duan Fei sneered. However, before they could finish their words, they were sent flying by a huge palm of light. The people who had spoken rudely were all sent flying. Their faces were swollen like a pig's head, and all their teeth fell out. How dare you hit us? You dare to attack the palace of gods of war. The group of people crawled up from the ground, looking extremely ferocious. In front of the young master, you have no right to call yourselves members of the palace of gods of war. The ninth elder's voice was cold with a strong killing intent. Young master? Duan Fei was taken aback. Then, as if he had recalled something, he let out a cold laugh. So it's you. You still dare to show up? You're courting death. Duan Fei sneered. He now knew Lin Xian's identity. Originally, we were still thinking about how to find you, but we didn't expect you to come out on your own, and even come here to die. The heavens are helping me. Fifth young master, are you saying that this brat is that person? The guards around Duan Fei were also shocked. Ha ha ha. Let me kill him to prevent future troubles. Many people revealed murderous looks. There's no need for that. I'll do it myself. Duan Fei grinned savagely. Of course, I have to kill such a good prey myself. After saying that, he stood out again and stared at Lin Xian. In the next instant, his entire person became blurry and turned into a ray of light. The palm in his hand was raised high and slapped toward Lin Xian. It looked like he wanted to repeat his previous action and slap Lin Xian a few times. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they all shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Lin Xian was going to be unlucky. One had to know that Duan Fei was someone who could even oppress an 8th level supremacy, let alone Lin Xian, a 7th level supremacy. But this time they were wrong. Lin Xian looked at Duan Fei, who was flying toward him, and stood still like a mountain. He waited until Duan Fei was close before he attacked. This attack was like a bolt of lightning, swift to the extreme. Slap! A crisp slap sounded, and that sound made everyone's hearts tremble violently. However, the one who was hit was not Lin Xian, but Duan Fei. Duan Fei screamed and flew backward. Half of his face was swollen, and all of his teeth were broken. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and could not believe it. Even the guards that Duan Fei brought were stunned as if they had seen a ghost. You dare hit me? Duan Fei shook his head frantically. Impossible, how could you hit me? I don't believe it. And the answer he got was another slap. Slap, slap, slap. A crisp sound rang out, and Duan Fei flew up like a top again. In the end, his entire face was swollen like a pig's head, and he did not look human at all. I'm going to kill you. Duan Fei was mad with anger. He was the fifth young master of the Duan family. When had he ever been humiliated like this? The surrounding cultivators were also shocked and could not believe it. One had to know that Duan Fei was very terrifying. Previously, such a powerful Xinqing sect expert had been defeated by him, but now he was beaten up by a 7th level supremacy. This was unbelievable. Duan Fei could not take it anymore, so he charged at Lin Xian again. "Humph, you don't know what's good for you." Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, a trace of thunder surged out of his fingertip, quickly forming a sword chi that slashed forward. Poof! The thunder sword pierced through Duan Fei's heart, nailing him to the ground. Ah! Ah! Duan Fei screamed in pain, his eyes filled with fear. He did not expect Lin Xian to kill him in one move. No. Ken! Boom! Duan Fei's head tilted and he died. It was a pity that he did not believe that Lin Xian could kill him, so he did not even activate his defensive armor. This scene shocked everyone. The burly man from the Xinqing sect's mind went blank. He could not believe it. Was this really a 7th level supremacy? It was too terrifying. The surrounding people were even more terrified. The young master of the Duan family was dead. This was a shocking event. 5th young master. The people from the Duan family went crazy and quickly came to Duan Fei's side. Bang! One of the guards pulled out the thunder sword, while the others took out elixirs in an attempt to save Duan Fei. However, this sword contained the burly man's sword soul and was extremely powerful. The moment it pierced through, it destroyed Duan Fei's life force. Now, even the Daluo Golden Pill could not save him. Ah! The guards shouted crazily with ferocious expressions. "Brat, you dare to kill the 5th young master. You're dead. You, all of you must die. I will use your blood to pay tribute to the 5th young master." The group of guards roared angrily. Among them, the gray-robed elder's hair was flying, and his body was full of killing intent. He was Duan Fei's guardian and was responsible for his safety. However, now that his master had been killed, he could not report to his superiors. Therefore, now he had to kill Lin Xian to atone for his sins. With a roar, the gray-robed elder walked over quickly like a god of death. On the side, the golden lion also roared. Its eyes were extremely cold as it stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, it raised its huge environmental beast claw and slapped at Lin Xian. Ah! Chapter 1256. The surrounding crowd screamed. A powerful 8th heaven supremacy and a terrifying 8-star demon general were charging towards Lin Xian at the same time. The gray-robed elder was extremely powerful and was an extremely powerful existence even among 8th heaven supremacies. The golden lion beside him was even more terrifying. Probably not many 8th heaven supremacies could fight against it. At this moment, these two terrifying existences were charging towards Lin Xian at the same time, causing everyone's expression to change. However, Lin Xian's expression was normal. He waved his arms and faced the enemy. A dazzling sword chi appeared on his left hand and slashed towards the gray-robed elder like a peerless divine sword. On the other hand, he executed the dragon-capturing hand with his right hand. Two true, dragon-like, spiritual energy hands rushed forward quickly. Boom! The sword chi was sharp and carried boundless blood-red, killing intent. It was extremely violent and instantly slashed the gray-robed elder's body, causing a loud boom. Although the gray-robed elder was powerful, he had no choice but to dodge the sword chi. His body retreated quickly like a ghost. What? He retreated. Everyone was shocked and could not believe that such a powerful gray-robed elder was actually forced back by a single strike. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. The dragon-capturing hand that Lin Xian executed transformed into two huge dragons and quickly coiled around the golden lion. Roar! The golden lion roared crazily. The golden blood on its body soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky red. The powerful force caused the entire city to tremble. However, even so, it was still unable to break free from the dragon-capturing hand's restraint and was trapped by the two huge dragons. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. That was an 8-star demon general. Moreover, it was an ancient mutated beast like the golden lion. It was extremely powerful. No 8th heaven supremacies could fight against it. Perhaps only 9th heaven supremacies could subdue it. However, a 7th heaven youth had trapped the golden lion with a single strike. This was simply too shocking. Although the Duan family cultivators were furious, they were all stunned when they saw the scene. They did not know what to do. The gray-robed elder stabilized himself, and a deep fear appeared in his eyes. He did not expect the other party to be so strong that he could withstand both his and the golden lion's attacks at the same time. This wasn't good news for them. After all, there were 2 elders from the palace of war gods following behind them. Both of them were extremely powerful existences. Even he did not have any confidence in defeating them. Therefore, the gray-robed elder snorted coldly and decided to retreat. He would wait until he gathered more people. Anyway, he knew that Lin Xian was going to attend the Shen family's birthday party. As long as he brought his men here before the party ended, he would definitely be able to kill him. Go. The gray-robed elder waved his hand and led a few powerful guards to rescue the golden lion. Then he flew out of the city. Bang, bang, bang. But soon they were bounced back. Countless ripples appeared in the originally transparent void. It was as if an invisible wall had trapped them. What's the situation? The gray-robed old man's face was gloomy as he had a bad premonition. The surrounding warriors were also alarmed. Elder, it's not good. We're trapped here. There are invisible walls in all directions. What? He dared to trap us. Hearing this, the gray-robed elder was shocked. Stop struggling. You won't be able to break this array in a short period of time. Lin Xian said coldly. Under his feet, there were mysterious inscriptions spreading in all directions. He was the one who had set up the invisible array. At this moment, the surrounding warriors had already retreated out of fear. Therefore, only the Duan family and Lin Xian were in the array. Brat, you are too arrogant. Although you had the upper hand just now, it doesn't mean that you can kill us. The gray-robed elder roared. You will know if I can or can't. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He had no intention of letting these people go. Elder, what should we do? The Duan family warriors asked. This array is indeed strange. If we forcefully break it, it won't be completed in a short period of time. Therefore, what we need to do now is to fight with the other party. The Shen family probably knows about the commotion here. Don't worry. As long as we wait for the Shen family to arrive, we will be safe. Don't forget that the Shen family is our Duan family's friend. Yes, this is the Shen family's territory. That brat won't dare to do anything. Hearing the gray-robed elder's words, the Duan family warriors were relieved. Then they looked at Lin Xian with ferocious expressions. I don't believe that no matter how strong this brat is, he can resist all of us. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill him? All right. The gray-robed elder nodded. He also decided to give it a try. Everyone listened to my order. Attack! When the 15 Duan family warriors heard the order, they immediately drew their swords and sabers and unleashed a powerful aura. They quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Young master, seeing the warriors charging over, the 9th elder shouted softly. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. There was no need. He would do it himself. Hearing this, the 9th elder and the 9th elder nodded and retreated to the back. If they were still worried about Lin Xian before, they were not worried at all after the battle just now. This was because they now knew that Lin Xian was extremely powerful. No one in the 8th heaven of the honorable realm could hurt him. Seeing that Lin Xian was attacking alone, The 15 Duan family warriors immediately revealed a sinister smile. They were not ordinary warriors. They were all above the 7th heaven of the honorable realm. Many of them had even reached the peak of the 7th heaven, although their strength was not comparable to an 8th heaven of the honorable realm. They were a team and could unleash powerful array techniques. It could be said that they were the elites of the Duan family. The 15 of them kept changing their positions in the air and formed a strange array. They quickly charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the sabers and swords in their hands erupted with dazzling light as they slashed out quickly. The 15 rays of light were extremely bright, like rainbows. With the support of the array, their power was even more terrifying. Even an 8th heaven of the honorable realm would not dare to take it head-on. Not only that, the Golden Lion and the gray-robed elder did not hold back either. Instead, they quickly unleashed 2 terrifying attacks. The gray-robed elder unleashed a spiral-shaped ray of light that easily tore through the void. It carried a biting, cold, murderous intent. On the other side, the Golden Lion's vital energy and blood soared into the sky. It condensed into a golden lion shadow in the air and quickly pounced towards Lin Xian. It could be said that at this moment, endless killing moves surrounded Lin Xian from all directions. The Duan family? It's time to collect some interest. Lin Xian muttered. An extremely sharp light bloomed in his eyes. At the same time, a strange black flame flashed across them. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul, the blood sword inheritance, and the black flame martial soul in his body circulated together and erupted with terrifying energy.